space for those individuals to come up here and express what exactly made them get up off the MAGA plantation. And if you are a Trump supporter who does not regret their vote, you think he's doing a fantastic job, you think that there's something that I am missing in the news network that the left media don't post about, they don't talk about, and that's why I have such vitriol for Donald Trump and his cronies, you may request up in the box and I can give you several reasons as to why you should regret your vote. That is a big talking point I do hear often from a lot of Trump supporters. Like, oh, it's about the algorithms, right? It's about the algorithms. You guys are just not seeing the things that I'm seeing. And to be clear, there is some truth to that. The application is BS, but there's some truth to that. We do have different algorithms that feed us different sets of information. My algorithm is very curated not to feed me BS. If there's one thing I can say, I'm super proud about my algorithm with, I get news. I get actual news. I don't get propaganda machines. I don't get none of that stuff. So that's the difference between an algorithm of mine and an algorithm of the average Trump supporter. You guys get, right, Fox News talking points. You guys get the little podcasters, the individuals who are in it for the grift. Some of those same individuals who have changed their tune drastically now. Some of those same people who also at least have the stomach to say that they regret their vote. So that's my question. That's my question to you guys. What's the difference between you and them? Any case, looks like we have our first guest. Let's go and get the show started. Make sure you guys continue to engage with all the engagement. Vovo, did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
Vovo, I have a question for you. Are you here to be a headache or engage in a civil conversation?
Hopefully a civil conversation, but that seems up to you, though.
How's it up to me?
Because I mean, you're running the space. If you start trolling, like a lot of guys, like in your position, will like act like they're interested in the civil talk, and then they'll start trolling, name calling, and bringing up weird stuff. So hopefully we could just talk facts and talk like men.
Sure, I absolutely do troll and I absolutely do name call. That's typically
there we go.
When someone that's typically when someone takes it there. I am here to match energy. So long as you choose to be a human being to me, I'll be a human being to you. So long as we keep the bigotry aside and we accept facts and evidence on the same reality, I think we'll have a pretty good conversation. So let's see what we get.
Deal.
Do you regret your vote?
No.
And why is that?
I believe that Trump is definitely not doing everything right, not doing everything to my liking. But I knew voting for Trump going in what I was going to get. I believe that he's doing a better job than what Kamala had for me and my people. But for what Kamala had in store for us was diabolical.
Several questions. One, are you a black man?
Yeah, foundational Black American. Yep.
Okay.
Full-blooded.
Kamala Harris is her name. Can you tell me what policy specifically that Kamala Harris has had that would negatively impact your community compared to what Donald Trump had?
Her stance on immigration. She was made the border czar, and she just sat there. She sat on her hands. They sat there. Their plan was to bring all these immigrants to America, and then they pretending like they don't know what they're doing, and oh my God, I don't know how to fix this border crisis. I don't know what to do. And then they were going to give them a pathway to citizenship. And these immigrants have been historically hostile towards Black Americans. They would have drowned us out in the next 4 years. We would have been obsolete.
Mm-hmm. Who appointed Kamala Harris the border czar?
Joe Biden.
When did he do that?
Let me look it up. I can't. She was 100% the border czar.
Yeah, sure.
And she sat
if
on
you
her
were to
hands.
believe that would have to be based off the appointment of the president of the
Yeah,
United
it is
States.
based on.
Tom Homan is the current border czar of the United States as appointed by Donald Trump. He campaigned off of it. He appointed him when he got in his role. Tom Homan was the associate executive director of ICE and DHS and several other departments. And that's what we use to constitute a border czar. So Kamala Harris has none of those titles in any of those departments, first and foremost. So the only other way she could be a border czar would be based off of a presidential appointment. So if you can show me a piece of documentation or a time that Joe Biden gave her this role and named her as such, I will concede that Kamala Harris was the border czar.
Okay, it's kind of take my other phone. It's running extremely slow. I don't know why it's doing that, but
Absolutely. You may take your time. I'll speak to the chat. Guys, keep double tapping that screen. Let's get the likes up to 50K and beyond. About 300 people in the live. Make sure you are showing the algorithm you want to be here. Thank you guys for knocking out those penny goals so swiftly. I appreciate that. That super duper helps us get boosted out in the FYP. I'm going to go ahead and rank it up to the little finger hearts. And let's get those knocked out as well. Send your daily heart me's if you haven't already. Make sure we are doing all of the good things, as Erica says. And this individual is looking for information on Kamala Harris being the border czar. So have we ever had a vice president before Kamala Harris that was appointed as such?
Never. Not that I know of. Not that I know of. Let me say that.
Okay, so if you're under the belief that Joe Biden was a weak president on the
God
border,
bless you.
what incentive would he have
God
to give
bless
her
you.
such a title?
I don't know. He did a lot of weird stuff.
Yeah. Interesting.
God bless you.
Thank you, Malif, so much. Thank you so much for the gifts. I appreciate y'all. Tell you what, while you're looking that up, let's do a 2v1. Go ahead and let me know whenever you have that Volvo. No problem. Cocantuana, I don't know how to say your name, bro.
Daniel.
We'll do that. Daniel, did you vote for Trump?
I wasn't able to vote. I'm 19.
You support Donald Trump?
Yeah, because I'm pro-life.
Because you're pro-life. What does pro-life
Yeah.
mean to you?
It just means that I think abortion's morally impermissible.
Okay. Where's the
Outside
moral
of-
where does that come from?
You want the argument?
Where does that belief come from?
Well, obviously, it's just like derived from my mind. Morality is like subjective, so it's just like mind dependent, obviously.
But where's your opinion of morality rooted in? What is that? What is the basis for your position on morality?
On principle, I feel like just like personal identity theory.
Kid, if you're gonna bait abortion,
Oh wow.
do better. Vovo, what do you got up there?
Right here, Kamala Harris was named border czar.
Kamala Harris was back up, named border czar by President Biden. Okay.
Yeah. That's the date right there.
Do you have
That's C-SPAN is the source. C-SPAN is the source.
It says user clip. Do you wanna play the clip?
All right, hold on. Let me see. I don't want to play. Hold on. I'm gonna make sure I got it right. I don't want to hurt the live here. Hold on. Oh, I don't know what is wrong with my phone, man. This phone got to get updated. This is my spare phone, so I don't really use it that much.
No problem.
But yeah, she was definitely the border czar, and she fumbled like, oh man.
Yeah, sure. We'll see what your evidence here has to say once you get that loaded.
Do you trust C-SPAN as a source? No, I'm just for.
I don't necessarily care about the name behind
God bless you.
the secondary sources. It's more so about the material that they have. So the material.
She was
in your
not the
clip
border
is
czar,
what's
by
going
the
to
way.
Uh,
tell me.
She was definitely the border czar. She wanted nothing to do with the border. She wanted nothing to do with it.
Yo, okay.
I don't know why my phone isn't playing this.
I'm
I
gonna
don't
have
know what-
to. So this is the second time this has happened. Whenever someone pulls up something on Google and I big screen them, TikTok flags me for unoriginal and reproduced content.
Oh God.
What? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Because
I don't
what
know,
I can pull up Google, like if I do my window capture and I pull up Google and I'm showing sources, it doesn't flag me. But when a guest does it from the same Google, they flag me. I appealed it, but it's not going to go through. That's what they did last time. I fucking hate this app so goddamn much. Are you loading up the video?
I can't get it. I don't know what is going on.
Tell you what, I got you. I'll pull it up. I'll play it for you.
Okay.
So that was user clip.
Yep.
Kamala Harris was what?
Hold on. I'll let you read it. Oh, I don't know. I can't do that.
Just read it to me.
Yeah, it says user clip. Kamala Harris was named border czar by President Biden.
Named border czar by President
Biden.
Biden.
Yeah, C-SPAN. C-SPAN is usually a trusted source. Most scholars trust C-SPAN. I mean, I don't know you get any more official than that.
Yeah. Let me put this up here. Can capture cursor. Like, this is what I mean. Like, why can I do this, but if they do it, I get the flag? This doesn't make any fucking sense. But anyway, let's put this up here. This is your source from C-SPAN. And let's get that video. Oh, what the hell? It's not loading a video. Let me refresh.
I said, yeah, that's doing the same thing on my phone. I thought it was just my phone. Huh?
I think this was deleted.
Oh wow. Oh, that's scary. Actually,
House proceeding. It does have some information. House proceeding, Washington, D.C., June 28, 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's nothing.
The House.
There's nothing here.
They were on the Senate floor speaking about this.
Yes.
About Kamala Harris' fumble of the border czar.
So a Republican being on the House floor saying that she was a border czar wouldn't be a source, right? I thought you would have a document of Joe Biden.
This is C-SPAN.
Name so. You keep mentioning who it came from when we don't even have information in said link to substantiate your view. Do you understand that this is just a headline, right?
Yeah, it's out of my control. The guy speaking, I forgot one of the senators.
It wouldn't be out of your control if you could find
another
source.
I can't control C-SPAN.
Here, I'll try a different one. It's not about...
This
is the same. This is the same.
I just watched it last week. I literally just watched it last week.
Harris appointed by Biden March 24th, 2021.
Oh, shit.
I'm Jeff Stewart.
Oh, no. Not me doing their
commercial
homework for them again.
Everybody,
Alrighty.
the host is so scared to debate me.
Yeah, no, you came up second. Shut up.
This woman is Kamala Harris. She's the current vice president of our country. She's also the border czar. Now, that was dubbed by your boss. You see, on March 21st, 2021, President Biden tasked Vice President Kamala Harris with solving the border crisis and finding the root causes of illegal immigration because, as Biden said, she is the most qualified person to do the job. I'd like to make a motion to submit this transcript of Joe Biden's March 24th press conference to the record, Mr. Chairman.
So moved.
It's been 855 days since Joe Biden named Kamala Harris the border czar. Has she solved the root cause of illegal immigration, in your opinion?
Congressman, you have mischaracterized the vice president's role. The vice president is a direct...
No.
And there's the clip. So according to Wesley Hunt, one of the top jigaboos on the Republican side, he said, as dubbed by your boss, Kamala Harris was the border czar, and he gave you a date. So,
by Joe Biden. He said Joe Biden. Your boss would be Joe Biden.
That's what I just said. Yeah, that's what I just said. So, you would then have to pull up that document. Do you have that?
He already pulled it up.
No, he didn't.
He did. He literally said, here's the transcript.
No,
he literally said
he never said, he never showed her being called or appointed quote unquote border czar.
If you watch the long version,
yes, literally, he referenced a portion of her task. He never called her the border czar. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and speed this up along. So there's not a single document, press briefing reference ever that you will see of Joe Biden referencing, calling Kamala Harris a border czar. What you're going to find in the March briefing of 2021 is where he tasked Kamala Harris with something that's called the root causes strategy. Did he just say I was afraid of him, then run? Okay. Root causes strategy, and where she was sent over to address the root causes of immigration from the Northern Triangle of Central America. Kamala Harris, being the vice president, has never been given, nor could have, executive power over the southern border to stop migration through any form. Her lens was a diplomatic one, and she was able to address those causes and get $9 billion in the region. That's what you will find.
Well, let me speed it up too. Back to our original point. What they had in mind, they were playing dumb, like they didn't know how to fix the border. They were playing dumb because they wanted to let all these illegals over.
They were playing dumb. How do you fix the
border? They were playing dumb.
Hold on. How do you fix the border?
Not let these people come over. Deport them.
What do you mean not let these people come over? So then you're implying that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris welcomed in undocumented migrants.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm implying. I'm not even implying that. That's what I'm saying. Huh?
How so?
They let these people because you made it comfortable.
How so?
If you make it uncomfortable.
What do you mean you made it comfortable?
Because if you come to America, you're going to be welcomed in. You're going to get money.
Can you tell me what welcome mat that Joe Biden, Kamala Harris offered?
The welcome mat was we seen these. It's amazing how your memory is just so short. Just 2 years ago, It is. It is. I see. Just 2 years ago, these people were flying to the border from all over the world with book bags, just flying to the southern border, going into Mexico.
They're flying to the border. Would you prefer those planes get shot
Yeah,
down?
the border was. Huh? You said
Would you
what?
prefer those planes get shot down?
What are you talking about?
You had an issue
What-
with
what I prefer
you had an
for the
issue with
planes to be
planes
shot down.
flying to the border, people coming to the border in planes.
Yeah.
How would you suggest we address those planes?
What do you mean? You can.
What do you mean,
They
what
can
I mean?
fly to Mexico. Well, they can fly to Mexico.
They can
But that
fly
doesn't mean-
anywhere, but they came to the
Yeah.
U.S. How do you
Yeah,
suggest
no, they
we address
walked
the
on
planes coming to the U.S.?
Yeah, look at this. You're arguing in bad faith. You lost.
I'm
bro.
really
You
not.
lost.
You literally made an argument of them flying
Do I
here.
suggest the planes being shot
okay,
down?
let
What
me
are
help
you
you.
talking about?
You want to
What are
stop
you
the.
talking about?
You just said they're welcoming them in. One of those methods was planes being, or people on planes coming to the southern border. So that's why I asked you, would you prefer we shoot them down? Because last
No,
I
I
checked,
would not prefer
last
that.
I
No.
checked, I am unaware of any international law that says an immigrant cannot come to the U.S. southern border and claim asylum, and any other method would be illegal. So I'm curious as to what your basis is for saying that planes of immigrants flying here is like illegal.
This rigmarole you going through. No, at the end of the day,
Really
right?
not.
They
I'm asking
made
you
it.
to use some critical thinking on your
Yeah,
position.
I am using critical thinking. You're not though. You're just trolling at this point. You're
I don't
starting.
know how am I trolling? How am I trolling?
You're talking about do I suggest the planes being shot down? Like I want to see
If
human
your
beings
point of
being
contention-
shot out of the sky. What are you talking
First
about?
off,
sir?
I asked the question, you answered it. So how do you suggest we handle the planes?
We handle it the same way that Trump is handling it now.
Do you think Trump is stopping planes of migrants coming here?
No. You know exactly what I'm saying.
No, that is your whole
They
point.
can board any plane they want.
Oh,
they can board any
so
plane
them
they
boarding planes they want and coming to the U.S.-Mexico border isn't something
That's
we
what
can
I'm-
control.
Yeah, we're
So
controlling
then
now.
using that as an attack on the Biden-Harris administration made no sense. Okay, what we can control, I'll help you out. What we can control is if upon them getting to the U.S.-Mexico border,
Right.
they're entered in or they're allowed in, right?
That's what I'm saying. You know exactly what I'm saying.
Got you. Again,
You know exactly what I'm saying.
No, I don't. I'm trying to make people think. Better yet, if you're going to come up on panels in front of hundreds of people and say things, I want you to better articulate your points. So, when immigrants came to the U.S.-Mexico border under the Biden administration, how were they let in?
Yeah. They were let right in. They
How?
were literally just walking up in single file lines.
How?
They were coming in single file lines. They were getting fingerprinted and they were being released into the interior of America. They were getting food stamp cards, hotels.
So you're referencing asylum seekers.
No. It's not that much asylum. They were fake asylum seekers. They were fake seeking
How do
asylum.
you determine if someone's asylum claim is fake?
Because what?
How do you determine if someone's asylum claim is fake?
Because we know where these people came. Well, no, we don't really know where these people came
God
from.
bless you.
They knew that the immigration policy was weak, and they knew that it was favorable, and that's why they flew here.
How is our
How is this
asylum
really moral?
process weak?
Huh?
How is our asylum process weak?
Because Biden was letting anybody in. He didn't care. The Biden administration was letting anybody in.
How does the Biden administration control asylum law? How does he control U.S.
What he doesn't have to let everybody in.
How does
You're
he
asking
control?
a million questions in bad faith.
We don't have any law of amount that we can let in through asylum. In fact, quite
We do
literally,
now.
Republicans would have voted against laws that was introduced into Congress 2023 to 2024. So there is no maximum limit of asylum seekers we can have. We just process what we process, whoever we get.
Well, let's stop the rigmarole.
Joe Biden, and not even Donald Trump can change USC 1158 and 1325. Those are immigration laws that we've had on the books for the last 30, 40 years. So I'm curious as to what your contention is with the amount of people coming and claiming asylum when there was no law that said that they couldn't.
So why don't we have that amount today?
Why don't we have that amount today? Well, one,
Yeah.
we've curbed the pandemic fallout. For starters, we're in completely
No,
different circumstances.
That's not true.
Yes,
That
we did.
that is not
Are
true.
we still suffering from a worldwide pandemic?
No, we're not.
So that we're not
We
dealing
weren't
with the
suffering from a
pandemic
worldwide
fallout.
pandemic in 2024.
What?
We weren't suffering from a worldwide pandemic in 2024.
And
They were
we
still
had
coming.
and we had lower encounter rates.
No, it was lower encounter rates. No, these people were literally you can pull up
Literally a
videos.
50 to
Hey, anybody in the chat.
60% reduction.
Anybody, let me say
specifically
this, right?
after the summer of
This is a lot of rigmarole.
2024.
This is a lot of rigmarole.
My
about
guy,
nothing.
you just said we don't have those numbers coming in now because we aren't suffering from a worldwide pandemic and responding to the fallout, which
2024 we weren't responding.
I find the need to remind everyone the pandemic was global and most countries saw increased immigration afterwards. 1 second. Caller, you're on the line. Hold for one moment where I wrap this up here. So there's that. Secondly, 2024 encounters, because that's what you'd be basing this off of, were substantially lowered from even the peak of 2022. Not only because we were able to curb some of that migration due to the U.S.-Mexico border, due to Kamala Harris's efforts in the partnership of Central America and the root causes strategy, but also because of an executive order Biden passed over the summer after the failure of S-4361 in the Senate, because Republicans said no to immigration reform, that brought down encounter rates from 40 to 60%, well into the Trump administration. So it was
nobody's there now,
and it was
I
handled.
like how we doing shit now. I like that. My second point
quite
is
literally
hold
on. You're wrong.
Yeah.
People are still coming here. We are still detaining and deporting people coming here
Yeah,
illegally.
good. Keep deporting and detaining them.
That's
I like that.
exactly what's been happening for the history of the United States under every single administration. You're complimenting Donald Trump for doing exactly what every president did before.
Well, I didn't see Biden doing it. So
you didn't see Biden doing it. Well, I have the numbers to show that he
videos
was.
are out there from 2022, 2023,
I have the numbers to prove
they're there.
that he was.
The videos are there, y'all. Anybody that want to see it,
3 million deportations.
It's there. How many you let in?
He didn't let in anyone who wasn't legal because that is asylum, and asylum is a legal process. Your president would be letting in. Your president will be letting in illegals right now.
Nah.
He's significantly restricted asylum, but he will be letting them in per your logic.
Well, I like the way we're doing this right now. I like the way Trump's doing this now.
You like the violation of the 4th, 5th, 10th, and 14th Amendment.
No, the 14th Amendment was for me and my people, not for everybody.
Yeah, so and every single Supreme Court ruling where the 14th Amendment was challenged does not does not limit the 14th Amendment to just black people.
Yes, it does.
It has long been interpreted. It has long been interpreted to apply to other individuals as well, regardless of race. Because then you can then challenge the 14th Amendment per your logic. You can challenge the 14th Amendment in SCOTUS, Supreme Court, via the Civil Rights Act, because then you'd be saying only certain people of a certain demographic can benefit from this program despite the discrimination or fleeing from persecution, so on and so forth. And that would be racist. So, you know.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of circle talk about nothing. But
just because you have a comprehension problem of what I'm saying.
We're winning, bro. We're winning.
And you refuse to actually sit down and process the information I'm
telling
you. We're winning. Doesn't make it anybody of circulation talks. So
we're winning.
Yeah,
nothing you can do about it.
Define winning.
Getting our way, having our way. Hey, it's going. Things are going.
What way is that?
Our way. These immigrants are going home. That's what I voted for.
Why? I'm sorry. How do immigrants going home benefit you?
No men in women's sports.
How do yo wait? Oh, you're one of those. You actually think that the president passes a law and everybody stops playing in the sports of that sex?
Yeah,
that's super funny. Actually hilarious.
I don't want to. Yeah.
How are you winning? I need to substantiate how you're winning. How do immigrants going home make your life better?
It makes my life better because these people have been hostile to Black Americans.
Yeah, because of rhetoric. Okay, I don't need your rhetoric. I need data.
Yeah, you got a Caribbean look.
Okay, I need.
I'm giving you what I can only give you what I like.
What you like. So what you like is irrelevant to me. You said they're making your life better.
You got a Caribbean look. You Dominican.
You said they're making your life better.
Yeah, you Dominican.
Go ahead and substantiate how your life is better now.
Yeah. Because less enemies in the country.
Less enemies in the country. So the rising of white terrorist domestic groups, the empowering of the Triple K, the ramping up of increased police enforcement in Black neighborhoods or ICE interrogations of individuals who are Black and brown, the upholding of racial discrimination via the Supreme Court ruling that says they can stop you based off the color of your skin and the accent that you have and the languages that you speak makes your life better. Oh yeah, you would have completely ignored the two other factors that I brought up.
Yeah, I speak English. It has to be English.
Yeah. Again, I said it based off the color of your skin.
I don't talk with an
There are
accent.
literally black people.
The color of their skin.
People with darker
accent has
shades
been a
who could be
problem for me.
conflated with Haitians and Somalis. They've also
There's
experienced
no ain't no damn
rampant
I got pulled over
discrimination because of
by
ICE.
I got pulled over by ICE. I said,
You
hey,
got pulled over by ICE. Why did
Yeah,
you get
'cause I'm
pulled over by
driving.
ICE?
I'm a truck driver. They were doing checkpoints on the way into
Oh my
Michigan.
god!
from
Oh my god!
Ohio.
Hold on. Checkpoints is different from being pulled over. Were you going through a checkpoint, or was ICE stopping people indiscriminately
ICE had
looking
a
for
checkpoint.
undocumented migrants?
Yeah, ICE had a checkpoint.
Okay, so
and I had to
checkpoints are
pull
different
in.
from being stopped, like pulled over for
Well, they pulled
suspicion of being
everybody
a
over.
migrant.
They pulled all the truck drivers
That's
over.
the point that I'm making. That's different from a checkpoint versus being pulled over for a specific
When
purpose.
you say tomato, I say tomato. This is just, you know what I'm saying. You're playing around. You're playing a rigmarole.
Guys, double
game.
tap the screen. Let's get the likes up to 75K and beyond. Make sure you're hitting that follow button. Show the algorithm when to be here. Share out the live with your friends and family. Also repost and add to your story. If you have not sent your daily heartbeats, make sure you do that as well. And of course, links in the bio are going to be the best ways to support the platform. You guys don't
When
know.
I talked to ICE, they said, "Hey, how are you, sir?" I said, "Hey, how
Cool.
how
So
you
the
doing?"
Republican Party so far has brought your grocery prices up. You said you're a truck driver, correct?
Yeah,
You're literally paying more at the pump. They're literally making you spend more money.
yeah. We had high.
And
gas
despite
prices
all
on
these
the bike,
alleged
they
record
will go
amounts,
down.
despite all these alleged record amounts of undocumented migrants being deported out of the country, you're paying more. Your housing
Right.
hasn't freed up. The housing cost hasn't go down. Your grocery prices hasn't gone down. It's gone
This
up
happens in the middle
alongside
of
your
every
gas.
president.
No, it
Yes.
doesn't happen in the middle
Yes,
of every
it happened
presidency.
literally
But
under
hold
Biden.
on, hold on, hold on, hold
Biden
on,
high
hold
gas
on, hold on.
prices.
It's irrelevant if it happens under a presidency if it's not directly related to the presidential actions. So you can bring up a presidency under Bush, under Reagan, under whoever, where prices went up during a certain time period. All I care about is if the president influenced that rise in cost. So what is the point of you bringing that
prices
up?
go up and prices go down? That's what you care.
Why did the prices go up?
When?
What do you mean when?
When you talking about
Energy costs have increased since the beginning of
about now?
Donald Trump taking the Oval Office. Gas prices
Yeah.
specifically. Your food has gone
Yeah.
up because of the money it's cost for gas.
We're in the
to
middle of
use
a
in-
war.
Before the war, prices were going up, the consumer price index specifically. And now, inflation isn't even an argument you guys can fall back on because despite that going
No.
down in 2025, that is now up to
Inflation
3.8%.
Inflation always happens.
Because
can
of
never
what?
stop inflation.
Because of what?
Inflation, because we're dealing with a fiat currency. That's another conversation. But inflation has always
Donald
been
Trump
up.
has directly influenced inflation. You can sit here and complain about the currency. I'm talking about Donald Trump's actions. Donald
Listen,
Trump's
Jonathan,
actions, as
inflation is
testified by
always one.
individuals in the the Federal Reserve. The majority of inflation that we're seeing right now is going to be because of the
Different
war.
with Trump
And
and
before
Reagan.
then, it was already told by Jerome Powell and others that tariffs were the main drivers of inflation not going lower. Donald Trump's tariffs, ones that the Supreme Court and the International Trade Court are found to be unconstitutional.
All right. The sky is falling. The sky is falling.
No, the sky is not falling. Prices are
it
rising.
is. Well, yeah, as far as you're concerned, the sky is falling. But
Prices are rising.
yeah, prices are always rising.
Prices are rising because of the actions of this administration because they do
What
not know how to
What
govern.
was minimum
They
wage
don't know how
when
to
you
run
got
the
your first
economy.
job? When you got your first job, what was minimum?
What is this pivot?
No, I'm showing you how prices have always went up.
Yeah, I'm aware of prices go. My guy, did I
Price
complain?
went up,
Did
inflation
I
has
talk
always-
about prices going up or the factors that led to the increase in prices under this administration?
This is nothing new, is what I'm saying. You're trying to make it seem like this is some phenomenon.
He's too stupid for this conversation. Caller, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump? Caller, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump? Caller, are you hearing me? I think he may have stepped away from his phone or something. So guys, if your entire argument is prices have always been going up, then you have no basis whatsoever to complain about the Biden administration. You have no basis whatsoever to blame immigrants for the lower wage and jobs, less jobs, higher housing, and everything else. If prices just always going up, that defeats your entire argument if you're going to fall back on prices just go up just because. But then you blame the cost of prices on specific groups of people. You blame your life going a certain way on groups of people who influence those prices. If you're now saying prices go up regardless, stop talking shit about immigrants. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call on the number on screen, 737-295-5321. W's in the chat to Shauna for the $5, fucking A, $5 Venmo. To my favorite Dominican milk duds, maggots like Vovo with worms for brains. W's in the chat to you. Guys, best way to support the platform is in the links in the bio. If you'd like to send a donation to the Cash App, PayPal, and Venmos, you may do so at Hector Talks with 2 R's on Cash App and Venmo. PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the tube side, you may send a super chat or a super sticker. Reduce hostility towards Black Americans is a very interesting and outrageous talking point, considering that under both administrations of Trump so far, hate crimes have increased. Immigrants were the reason why 7 HBCUs were threatened after the unaliving of Charlie Kirk by a white man. That wasn't immigrants. Friendly reminder, immigrants aren't the people who challenged and gutted Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act that reducing the black vote in southern states predominantly. Those weren't immigrants. Immigrants weren't the people who fired black people, specifically 300,000 black women and now a few black men. I believe the number is roughly 400,000 now. That wasn't immigrants who increased the black unemployment rate. So, oopsies. Sounds like you have a scapegoat to put all your issues on because the president of the United States is a racist who doesn't care about you. This person stepped away from their phone or something, so we're just going to hang up. He can call back. Yeah, that works. Literally by the government. Exactly, Randy. Literally by the government. It will never cease to amaze me how y'all be looking at Pedro at their, and this is not me putting a stereotype on them, I'm speaking of the examples and scenarios that they'll often bring up. There's Pedro sitting there selling with a fruit cart, selling shit, and you think that guy is taking from you. That guy who cannot benefit from any federal program. That guy who can't even apply for so many different things because he's not documented. That person who's just working just as hard, if not harder than you are, for scraps. You think that guy is taking from you. One of the biggest scapegoats of the Republican Party is to point at minorities and immigrants and everyone else for the reasons why their policies are failing Americans. Republicans run off of fear and hatred. Fear and hatred, bro. Predominant factors. Prove me wrong. What? When you're used to privilege, then equality feels like racism? 6,000%. And they're not even talking about racism from the right people. It's weird. Pops, you can come up here and tell me what I'm saying is not true. I have a thing, Pops, and you're going to learn really quickly. You can contest anything that I'm saying, but once you call me a liar, you really got to bring the smoke.
No, I said, I think it's not true. Tell me about, you're an educated guy. You do a lot of research. Didn't Trump do a lot for the HBCUs? More so than probably most presidents?
No.
Come on, I think he did. Tell me.
Yeah, I will tell you.
Yeah.
HBCU funding from the government has been something that's been on the books for some time. When you look at the previous administration before Donald Trump's first term, Obama gave $4 billion. Fast forward to Donald Trump. He actually fought against HBCU funding initially until one of the black individuals in his cabinet convinced him to do so. And then when he passed that funding, which again was common amongst presidents, he gave a very small amount specifically to HBCUs. The numbers touted around by the Republican base is about $2 billion, or to be more accurate, 1.7. But if you break down the numbers of that specifically, it was 250 million over the course of 225 or 250 million over the course of 7 years to STEM or minority serving colleges, with 85 billion specifically going to HBCUs. Multiply that by the right amount, that's $595 million that went to HBCUs. Fast forward to the Biden administration, he did record investments into them by 17 billion plus.
That's crazy. Well, again, they have a marketing problem then, the Dems.
No. Well, yes. But no.
Yes.
You know what?
Yeah, well,
I just made a video about this.
if your data is correct, then the marketing side of the Democratic Party is pretty sad.
So yes, but here's the thing, because that's a scapegoat. That's a huge scapegoat that you guys have. So you'll say that Democrats have a marketing problem because it's an easy thing that we can all agree on. I think there's a lot of ways that they can do better. But when it comes to the talking heads, even from the lower level, like myself, who have no affiliation officially with the Democratic Party, to the people in the DNC, to actual Democrats on a daily basis talking about this stuff, whether on their social medias, on the Congress floor, from press briefings, so on and so forth, you guys don't listen to it. Because I can pull up video after video after video after interview after this after that of Biden, Harris, and every Democrat in the party talking about these things, and you will say that you never saw them. You never heard of them. So there's some point in time where Trump supporters have to stop blaming things on a marketing problem because it's a scapegoat and take into consideration the fact that you guys never wanted to see the information to begin with.
No, I did. I just never saw it. And, so.
What
that's why I
Democrat
think
did
it's
you
important.
listen to for the 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration?
Well, I voted for Barack. And then,
I asked you
so
about
I would
Biden
listen to
Harris.
I would listen
God
to
bless
the
you.
DNC. I would listen to the DNC. All of their committees and all that kind of nonsense. I'll listen to both sides of the equation to make a decision. So I'm just saying that if your data is correct, which I don't dispute it, they're just doing a poor job of marketing that out there.
How about you stop saying if my data is correct and look it up yourself?
I will.
Yeah, that would settle that right there. And then you need to ask yourself, why is it that you weren't privy to this information versus the rest of us who have been this entire time? Because you can't say you've been listening to the DNC and all these other individuals, and then you don't know this information when I, same person who's been listening to them, even as a maggot, did know this information. So there's clearly a big difference there. And the difference would not just be you didn't find it. I think people find what they want to see.
Maybe. I mean, at the end of the day, I wasn't going to vote for the Dems back in the day anyway. But I was just bringing up that one point.
So there you go. That's what it is. So, see, you just tried to blame Democrats and marketing when ultimately you weren't going to vote for them regardless. That is a you problem. Thank you, Jazz. That is a you problem. It's not a Democrat marketing problem. If I am force feeding people literally on a daily basis every actual factual piece of information they need to know about the Democrats and the good that they're trying to do, despite their failures, and you have it set in your mind, no matter what they do, I don't care. I'm not voting for them. I refuse to. That's a you problem.
No, let me finish my sentence before you jump down my ass, dude. When Biden basically blanked out, right? And Harris took over, they weren't going to get my vote.
Harris was only the president twice during Biden's term. Once when he was under a colonoscopy or some shit like that for 82 minutes. And the second time, I forgot what the event was. That's what the vice president does. There was no long-standing period of time where Kamala Harris was the president of the United States. That is a nonsensical point. Even if you're to sit here and make the argument that Biden was completely incompetent to run the presidency, that is still ridiculous because there's a reason why the president has, one, different branches that they will appoint people into, and all those individuals would be responsible for their respective departments and branches. So the administration would still run even if the president was incompetent, even if the president was out, even if the president had some health issues. That's how that works. That's how government works.
I just looked it up. Under Trump, future 255 million a year. Yeah, you're pretty good. You pulled it up. I pulled it up on chat. No, you're missing my point. When Biden was crashing and Harris was his VP and they were
What do
running
you mean by
together.
crashing?
Mentally crashing. Come on. You know he was mentally crashing. As a matter of fact, the DNC came out.
He
with
was
their-
declining in age. Yes, he was an old
No,
guy.
not only he was mentally crashing.
I
That's
mean,
okay.
if you want to say there's mental decline that comes with age, 6,000%. Yeah. He's an old man. Why do we expect 80-something-year-old men, especially from the demographic of men that crack, I'm just saying, to be in perfect health? There's a reason why we should probably stop electing them after a certain point.
I would agree. when it came down to choice, the blue pill or the red pill, I had to choose the red pill at the given time, given the two choices. That's all I'm saying.
You didn't.
I am
really
now,
didn't.
to clarify.
You keep saying that, but you didn't. And this hang up on Biden makes zero sense whatsoever, considering that Biden wasn't the presidential candidate in 2024 after June.
Yeah, he was all the way through June until they had to push him out, and then the Democrats
Was it
sat
June or
there and
July
had to
was the debate?
scramble
When was it?
and gave Harris no chance whatsoever to do a full.
Did Harris announce? I thought it was June or it was July. I'm thinking about
It doesn't matter. She didn't have enough time to basically
July.
rally the troops and get a whole. And
July
by the way,
21st.
She didn't go through the right process to even be the nominee.
There's
It
no
was
quote
more-
unquote right or wrong process when it comes to the DNC.
My only point is, if you line them up, she didn't have enough time to state her case, right? She didn't have enough time to
She did.
basically.
And
No.
she did. I mean, if you want to ask if 107 days is ideal, absolutely not. But she took it like a champ, and she was able to get her policies out, policies which you probably can't name. You and the average Republican. Again, that would be a you
It
problem.
was. I'm not a Republican, but it doesn't matter.
You're a Trump supporter. They're close enough.
Well, it's not 100%. No, not really. I mean,
I'm
you
not a
can-
Biden supporter 100%.
if you put
I'm
on
not a
the
Democratic
uniform-
supporter 100%, but I still vote and support Democrats.
Well, it comes down to two choices, and that's the choices we have. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, you haven't articulated what your issue is with one choice, because one choice dropped out. You're literally not speaking on Kamala Harris's policies. You're not speaking on any of her platforms and positions. All you have is Biden.
well, she again, if you look at the overall Democratic policies and the fact that they burned through $2 billion in like less than 6 months,
What?
and to try to get her
When
elected.
did it
Well,
get to
first-
2 billion? When did it get to 2 billion? I've been
Well,
hearing
how
a
much was
billion
it?
this whole time that no one's been able to substantiate.
Oh, maybe
When
it
did
was
it
a
get to
billion.
2 billion?
Here, maybe it was one, but here's the thing, Hector. She had a VP who was so weak. I mean, that dude, Tim Walz, are you kidding me? I mean, you can't see him as the president if she passed.
Do you
When
think
when-
JD Vance wasn't weak?
Yes.
Do you
I
think the
he's
guy
way better
who
than
said,
Tim Walz.
I'm a never Trump guy, he called Trump Hitler? He was
Doesn't
known
matter.
for scamming, what was it,
matter.
like insurance fraud in the state of Ohio when he put out his hillbilly eulogy? Do you think that
Doesn't
guy
matter.
who called Trump a racist, a xenophobe, you think that guy literally flip-flopping and becoming
he
his
would
vice
make a
presidential
better
pick for
president than
power
Tim Walz.
is somehow
I think he'd
some
make a better-
indicator of strength and capability over Tim Walz?
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Have you ever seen Tim Walz in a wig and a dress? Now listen, I'm a leftist. I don't give a shit what you wear. I don't give a shit what your gender is. I'm saying by y'all's logic, you've never seen Tim Walz in a wig and a dress and eyeliner. But we've seen JD Vance in it. By your principles, JD Vance is a whole bitch. I don't know what else to tell you. By your principles, he's a bitch.
Funny. That's funny. Well, it shows you that you and I are going to agree to disagree on that point. That's all good. Yeah, I would take JD Vance over Tim Walz.
Based off
99
of
times out of
what?
100. Strength,
Defi-
appearance.
How does JD Vance give strength to you?
His executive demeanor, his brain. Yeah, Tim Walz is a walking doofus. He can't represent Minnesota, much less the United States of America.
You guys aren't real. You guys aren't real people.
Dude, come on.
You guys aren't real people.
I can't believe you're trying to defend that dude.
Strength. You know what? You know what? Let's talk about strength. 1 second. W's in the chat to Donald. What's going on, Donald? For the $20 PayPal. Because after that last guess, I can tell it's going to be a long show. An extra ashwagandha will be needed. Always appreciate you, Donald, for supporting the Ashwagandha Fund. If you guys would like to support the Ashwagandha Fund, please hit up the links in the bio. Cash App,
What is
PayPal,
that?
Venmo. Hector Talks with 2 R's and Cash App and Venmo. PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you guys are over on the Tube side, please make sure you hit the like button on the stream, subscribe, turn on notification bells. And the 3 ways you can support financially is by sending a super chat, super sticker, or becoming a member of the platform. You just asked me, what is Ashwagandha?
Yeah, well, I know it's some kind
It's
of
a
herb, but what is that?
it's a herb. It's a root more so, and you get the extract from it that helps with relaxation and calmness. I take quite a bit of it to do what I do.
Kind of like a little THC action, but just different.
But legal, yeah, or at least in all 50 states legal.
I got you.
Yeah. So give me 3. What would you say? 3 defining traits of strength.
Well, first of all, when he speaks,
gonna write these
he speaks very coherently, and he has an executive presence. That's one.
Okay. Hold on.
Okay, it's versus Tim Walz. Come on.
Defining. I'm putting all this down. Defining strengths. Wow, not me. Spelling that wrong as shit. Okay, hold on. There we go. Defining strengths of. Wait, hold on. Traits, excuse me, of strength. Let me see. Traits of strength. Alrighty. Number 1. What do you say number 1 was?
He's intelligent and articulate.
Okay, so number 1, well spoken.
Yeah.
Okay,
He's also resilient.
cool. Number 2, resilient.
Yeah, because of his personal backstory, growing up, struggling in Ohio,
Oh,
worked
okay.
his way through kind of being,
Okay.
poor and all that, struggling, went to the military, went to Yale Law School. I mean, that shows a lot of grit to me.
Sure.
It's a lot of perseverance.
Number 3,
Well, number 3, which you're not going to really like this that much, is I think he also has an ambitious populist mindset.
ambitious populist mindset. Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
He really focuses on working class concerns. He wants to pull manufacturing back to the States. He's hawkish on trade policies. He's a nationalist when it comes to the economic reform we're trying to do. Now, all that is not really resonating when they're actually executing it, but that's how I kind of framed him up as a person. And if Trump were to pass versus Harris to pass, if you had to choose between Vance and Waltz, I just take Vance every time.
Cool. Because now we're nitpicking vice presidents. Mind you, we were supposed to be talking about Harris, and the best you had.
But
was to pick for vice
I
president.
brought that
Sure,
up.
no problem. So be it. Number 1 was well spoken. Okay, got you. So because he's well spoken, he's a fast talker. He can get his points out right. You're more concerned with how well he says something versus the substance of his words, and that's how you would define strength.
It's all the same thing.
No.
He's not bullshit.
No. Substance and speaking well are 2 different things. You can have a rambling buffoon who ain't saying nothing in the entire time he's been talking. There's a lot of fast talkers on these apps, a couple wannabe debaters who think because they say a bunch of things fast and rapid enough, that means they have some proof or substance. And then when you pin them down on a daily basis, I do this shit, they have no basis, no foundation for their belief. So no, being well spoken isn't a determining factor of strength. It means you're in good health. Sure, fantastic, good for you. In no way, shape, or form does speaking well mean strength. Especially if we're talking about the substance. Tell me something true that J.D. Vance has said. Tell me some truth, some facts that he spits on a daily basis that the vast majority of Americans can agree on.
Some facts that everybody wants to have a safe home, right?
That's vague and easy, but sure. Everybody wants to have a safe home, sure.
We all, I think, can agree that we want peace globally, right? Right?
God.
Power. Get peace through power, right?
Let's do safe homes and peace. Sure. Do you think American homes are safer when the Supreme Court allows, or Donald Trump, through executive action and being upheld by the Supreme Court, allows ICE agents to barge through your homes without a sufficient warrant, because there's a difference between judicial and administrative, and kidnap any of your family members? regardless
Now you're
of
pivoting,
citizenship.
though.
No, you're talking about safe homes. So I'm pointing out the contradictions. Again, we're getting into the substance of what he's saying. J.D. Vance says everybody wants safe homes. J.D. Vance supports the administration that threatens the safety of your homes, that threatens the people inside of it based off of skin color, language, and accent.
Well, if you look at the root cause of all that, and I'm not saying the tactics are justified, however, the U.S. did experience historically high levels, right, of illegal boarding crossings. And I've heard you kind of debate this with people during the Biden administration. And the fentanyl trafficking was a
Cannot
problem.
say that word on this platform. Do not say the substance words. TikTok
Ooh.
shop is the best shop. You have to say substance or drugs. You
bad.
cannot say the actual term.
Gotcha. And because of that, you do have some friction, especially in safe haven communities such as Minneapolis, right? Where ICE, they fucked that up, man. You know, they let these people just get out of hand. Now, I will tell you that the local authorities could have managed and mitigated all that, but they chose not to.
All the things you're saying are things that J.D. Vance refuses to acknowledge. In fact, he doubles down on Trump's actions being necessary for the security of the United States. Not to mention, if it was all about the F substance that you're talking about, why is it that the majority of undocumented migrants held in detainment centers, and even from the deportation numbers, were not convicted of those violent crimes or substance smuggling? In fact, we can look at 5% of them detained right now have any criminal record whatsoever, which would mean the billions of dollars that we've spent so far in rounding up people and detaining Americans and then being sued to hell for it, in giving 50,000 bonuses to untrained men to go into cities and just fuck people over, have been a complete waste of time. If we're talking about number-wise and what it was actually came from the actions of Donald Trump's mass deportation agenda, none of it has been protecting the country. It's actually made it worse and not as safe. So there's the substance part. So I could care less how well he says a point if he's lying his ass off and he supports an administration that challenges the same values he's telling Americans they should vote for. Resilience. You said he's a resilient man.
Well, hang on. Before you go too far on that, you gotta concede to the point that, yes, I'll concede to the point that I think that a lot of families and people got wrapped up in the sweep up of trying to go after people who are bad hombres, so to speak, right? And that's a function of the overflow of trying to go after people who are doing harm, right? But they have removed tens of thousands of people who were doing bad stuff in this country.
No.
Yeah,
I can't
dude, come
concede
on.
there. We don't have the numbers for that. We have no number whatsoever to say it was tens and thousands. I'll give a rough estimate. Maybe a few hundred. Maybe a few hundred.
If it's that low, then I would concede this has been a disaster, and it cannot be that low.
We have nothing to prove that it is anywhere even in the thousands, especially considering that the majority of deportations that they're touting around, which is another thing they can't prove, have been self-deportations. So, question to you. Do you think the United States government, upon someone choosing to self-deport, would spend, because we have to vet these people when they're self-deported, we would have a record of them, right? When you sign up for self-deportation and you're going to allegedly get $1,000 paid out to you by the U.S. government, bullshit, but whatever. When you look at that, we would then have that person's information, name, numbers, record, and everything else, right? So then we can use that information to verify their criminal record, right?
In theory, I don't know about their record, but you can certainly track that person from that point on. Yes.
You don't think, first off, that's actually interesting that you brought that up. Okay, you know what? I will concede. I have no idea if the people who are self-deporting under his self-deportation program are being vetted by the administration. I can actually concede to that. I have no idea whatsoever if we're vetting these people. None. I would argue if there's anything to show that we're not, that goes to show just how incompetent this administration is. But let's say, for the sake of my hypothetical, these people are being vetted and we would have records of them that would then be able to prove whether they're the criminals or smugglers that the Trump administration is alleging. Why would we pay them $1,000 to go back when we have their information and then we can just deport them off of their offense?
Well, I don't think the criminals are going to turn themselves in like that. So if there's criminal X and he's been booked, released, and made other crimes, and we've got that person tracked, I think that's one case. I think other cases are, and I know dozens of people like this. They've been here for years and years, own a business, and if they leave, they can't get back. If they come back, they have to come back through illegal matters, right? And that's very problematic for people, especially for people who've been here for decades. So I think it's different based on everyone's different circumstance. If you're a criminal, you're not going to go through the process of being deported and get your $1,000. If you were here for a couple of years and you want to go back home and you get $1,000 and then come in the legal means, I think there's a lot of people who did that. So I just think it's a different case-by-case situation. To your point, if you came across, you could be using the name John Smith, for example, but then when you go back, you could be using your real name and go, hey, my name is X, Y, and Z, and then all of a sudden now you're on the grid, so to speak.
But we would have their information, so whatever false name they would put in would be irrelevant.
Yeah, exactly. So I think the data would be very, very corrupt. I don't think it would be tie off to anything. So anyway, I do think that I'm hopeful anyway, maybe blindly hopeful, but your number is really low. Maybe my number is really high. Hopefully it's somewhere in the middle, because there's no doubt that there has been a lot of trafficking of TikTok shop stuff coming across the border, and that has been reduced significantly. Overdoses have been reduced significantly over the past 18 months, so that's a good thing. Ding, ding, ding.
Sure, we've had those numbers well under the Biden. Every single president, whether it's a blue one or a Republican one, has put a war out against the F substance. Like, that is not something that anyone doesn't take seriously. We saw record amounts under Biden. We're continuing that under Trump through more aggressive means, including blowing up boats that we can't even confirm have said substances. Okay, sure, so be it. But per your logic, you said criminals would not be deporting themselves because they'd be opening themselves up to risk and prosecution, so on and so forth. So we can use that to safely assume the vast majority, if not all, of the individuals deporting themselves and getting that money would not be violent criminals.
I would agree.
Why would we then not give those individuals who are choosing to come forward to the light to the degree of getting deported and leaving their entire life behind here, one where they may have businesses, family members, paying local and state taxes, why would we not give them a pathway to citizenship? If you were here for 5, 10, 15, 20 years, minding your business, doing your thing, and we're now telling them to come to the light to send them away, it would literally better serve the United States to make money off of the individual, to make additional tax revenue off that individual by giving them a pathway to citizenship. Even if you choose to penalize them. Even if you choose to penalize them for a year. You were here 7 years, you said nothing, you got to pay,
I agree.
$250 per year for the not saying anything fee, whatever the case may be. And we work you on a program where you can pay it over time, some shit like that.
All good.
That would better serve the United States.
I agree.
Financially, I would argue morally, systemically, that would benefit the United States more.
Yeah, I 100%, totally with you.
So why the fuck do you support mass deportation?
I don't.
Okay. We're kind of getting off from J.D. Vance. So let's do resilience now. You said J.D. Vance was resilient because of his upbringing, right?
Yeah, he is.
Okay. Tim Walz served.
I know.
He
So did
also
I.
had a tough time. Thank you for your service. He also had a tough time growing up and some family issues, even with, I believe, what he's got, 2 daughters and his wife. No, not 2 daughters. A son and a daughter. How much kids does Tim Walz have? I know one's a son because they literally like demonize him for
God
crime
bless you.
at the DNC. God forbid a son is proud of his dad for being a vice presidential pick and we demonize a kid for crying. Fucking crazy shit. But
Yeah.
Tim Walz, how many kids? Hold on. Okay. Yes. Why did I blank on this? Because he talked about why he named his daughter Hope and then the son was Gus. So he has 2 kids, Hope and Gus. And Hope was a miracle child. That's why they named her Hope. And it was through IVF they were able to have her, which is exactly why him and Kamala Harris sponsored the IVF legislation that they wanted to pass. He's had his fair share of struggles. He was a small town guy. He served in the military. Never saw combat, of course. But I mean, I would argue Tim Walz, especially in the light of the attacks that he's had to deal with from 2024 onwards over prosecutions of fraud that he took care of in 2022, I would argue he's been a pretty damn resilient man.
Well, I'm looking it up too. I think he does have more resilience than I probably gave him credit for. But I think JD, in my mind, especially when I was comparing the two at the time, had more grit, had a better resilience backstory, and it is what it is. You know, that's just how I feel about it.
What do you mean by grit?
Grit is like, you know, are you a basketball fan?
I don't watch it.
Trying to give you an analogy.
I mean, I understand basketball references.
Well, like Dennis Rodman, he had the most grit of any player I've ever seen in human history. That dude that's what I'm talking about with grit. Like, you know, Dennis Rodman, right? I mean, that dude was, if you had the definition of grit,
God
they should
bless
just
you.
put a photograph of that dude right
Thank
there.
you, Karen.
It's just working hard, busting ass, doing whatever it takes to win.
You don't think Tim Walz has done that?
No. I don't think I think he was, listen, and I'm
He
not
was
trying to bash the guy. He's given his life to service. I don't want to bash him.
Served, that takes grit even to sign up, I would argue.
does. I'm just saying
because I
JD
sure
has
as
more
fuck
grit than he does.
never would sign up under any president to serve in the military. I don't trust the American government and their imperialism.
It's actually not a bad gig, man.
Yeah, I hear that a lot, but no. Secondly, he was a high school football coach. I would argue it takes grit to manage a group of adolescent, fucking horny, aggressive boys and taking them to win after win after win. I think it takes a whole lot to be a high school football coach, to be an educator, to be an example to young men, uprising men in the country. I think that takes a bunch of fucking stones. The resilience that he's had, even campaigning to get his governor positions, to be the governor, to run alongside Kamala Harris as vice president of the United States. I think that took a lot of grit in general to open yourself up to that amount of criticism and spotlight and speculation. And then the significant amount of attacks and direct governmental pressure and I would say persecution via the federal government on the state of Minnesota, when he's the one who had to be on the front lines of handling the mess that took place in Minnesota due to the actions of ICE, due to the quotas of Stephen Noem and Kristi Noem previously. Now she's gone. Yeah. I would think, if anything, he's shown that he's one hell of a guy. I mean, he's old and he probably needs to retire. And I'm glad he's out of the seat this year. Leave it open to, Klobuchar. But I think he's throughout his entire life has shown an exceptional amount of quote unquote grit.
I don't want to disparage the guy or defame the guy, but out of just curiosity, just from your perspective, what do you think about the fraud that happened underneath his management as governor of Minnesota?
The same way I think about any fraud that happens in every other state, especially considering a large portion of it took place during 2020. It was mass amounts of fraud in 2020. Because of the way that we were handling things, because of how we were doing out the PPP loans, because of stimulus checks and dead people and all this different stuff, false security numbers. It was handled. I don't know why we would be criticizing him for the mass amounts of fraud in his state versus looking at reform, which him and Democrats and Republicans actually in their Congress have been working on. Not to mention, all the stuff that's been brought up, for the most part, took place in 2019, 2020, 2021. That's when we started investigating it. The prosecution, some of the major ones, such as Feeding Our Futures, took place in 2022 under Amy Bach, a white woman that no one talks about. They just nitpick at Somalis. He handled his fraud very well.
Well, I'm not nitpicking any color. I think there's a bunch of fraud in California and other states that probably dwarfs what's going on in Minnesota.
Well, yes, there would be less fraud in less populated states. There would be less fraud specifically in rural areas. So off the bat, you're going to be able to, at least on a, if we're talking about just an amount, not necessarily a rate or per capita, there's going to be millions, if not billions of dollars more fraud in blue states and blue cities versus red states and red cities that have less opportunities to. There's going to be more fraud in highly populated areas versus areas where it's mostly land. That's how that works.
Well,
You guys are just getting wind of fraud.
Well,
That's
well,
something. That's
yeah,
an
at
awareness
some
issue.
point,
Once again, we've known
it'll
about
be
this. They've
interesting
known about
'cause-
this for some time.
Yeah, the amount of taxes I've paid and our businesses paid is just. Anyway, I got off the subject there. So yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Waltz's issues here, and he's grit, but I just got more grit under Vance, and that's the decision I made, and that is what it is.
You like Vance more because he talks more shit. That's how you define grit. You think he has a stronger presence. You think he's more masculine. That's how you define grit.
He's smarter.
Define smarter.
He's just a smarter person. I mean, listen, if you had to have a choice, if I was hiring the person to do the job and those two were interviewing, which they did, I would have chose J.D. Vance.
I don't think any man who aligns himself with a pathological liar and an absolute nut is smarter. I don't think any man who
he's a pathological liar.
Yes,
he disclosed all those issues, and it's all political, right?
Disclose all what issues?
Well, and he talked, he called Trump this and that and the other thing. He basically said, you know what, I did say those things, and I've rethought it, and I've matured, and I've grown up, and all that kind of stuff. So
hold on, that's rhetoric. That's rhetoric. First off, calling a man Hitler is no small thing. I think a lot of you guys water that down. Calling a man Hitler is no small thing. J.D. Vance has not one time, and I would strongly suggest you look, articulated how Donald Trump is a different man from the man he called Hitler, from the man he said was xenophobic, from the man he said he was homophobic. J.D. Vance used to stand behind his wife before Erica Kirk came along. I'm going to leave that alone. Used to stand behind his wife, specifically in the attacks that brown people or individuals from other countries experienced despite them coming to the United States, wanting to build upon the American dream, paying their taxes, being legal citizens. He defended his wife and people like her. And then all of a sudden, he started running up on his anti-immigration with his base. J.D. Vance hasn't articulated anything that's changed from when he called this person this and when he called this person that. In fact, the only thing he said, to my knowledge, and the only thing I have record of, is when he was asked specifically in regards to wars or conflicts in overseas, because he criticized Obama for it. He criticized Donald Trump for his rhetoric about it. And the only answer I ever recall him saying was, what did he say? Well, the difference is between that Obama and Trump on these conflicts was that Trump is a smart president. Obama was a stupid president. That's all he said. That's all he said. No substance, no basis, just, I think he's cool now. Whoop-de-doo.
I think they're just, just points to the media. I looked it up here, and there's nothing really specific. Starting around 21, he said, I regretted being wrong about Trump. That came from political fact. And then he reframed his view, saying Trump was a good president and he misjudged him in the past.
Misjudge.
Yeah, so he did walk back those things, but I understand your point. But going back to the vote and going back to if I was going to hire one of them, despite some of that kind of noise from him, I would have chosen him, and I still would today over Waltz.
Sure. Ambitious populist mindset.
Yeah.
Elaborate on that.
Well, if you think about the America First agenda, right? And trying to bolster the economy, bolster the economic organic growth from the ground up. I think that is their strategy. Now, tactically, are they executing that? It remains to be seen.
Did you mean say populist or populist? It probably meant populist.
Populist.
Thank you, Sex Society.
Not a left populist like Bernie, but more right, so draining the swamp, those types of marketing logos and that type of thing, because I think that the federal government's totally bloated. Still think it is today. And I like the fact that Vance and Trump and the cabinet are all on the same page of trying to reduce government spending, reduce all of the waste, fraud, and abuse that's inside the government. And I just think there still is a lot of work to do there.
They have done absolutely nothing whatsoever to reduce waste.
I am not going to disagree with you. I think the $30 trillion in debt is just disgusting. And I'm very disappointed in the overall. I'm been disappointed in everyone, all parties, both parties.
You said ambitious populist mindset, the mindset of America first, or better yet, basically you're talking about the sentiment or the rhetoric of the things that they're running off of, which on the surface level sound great. It's why their marketing was so good. It was 3 bite words that you throw to anyone that we can universally agree on when you don't actually look closely at the people saying they want to do what they want to do. That ambition that you're talking about has been to protect himself and to be self-serving, which is exactly why he started changing tunes after 2021 specifically, when he realized how popular Donald Trump is. And some of that was probably influenced by some of the rising costs under the Biden administration, which he unjustly associated with green energy policies. Populist mindset means nothing if it doesn't actually translate over to action. I don't care to know what people's mindsets are in the government. I only care about what they can do, how they choose to implement their quote unquote mindset. And based off of what we've seen, that mindset has been enabling waste, fraud, and abuse, defending one of the worst presidents in United States history, and protecting your ass. Mind you, J.D. Vance has been under all kinds of fucking smoke due to the fucking Signalgate agenda. Donald Trump literally getting in a cabinet meeting and saying that my guy and his guy, Tim Walz and J.D. Vance, they're both incompetent. And they've also even shown internal disagreements amongst the two. So I just feel like you just don't like Democrats. Like if it's just a Democrat behind someone's name, you just say, fuck that Democrat.
No, actually, I will tell
God
you.
bless you.
If Harris picked Shapiro to be the VP, I would have probably voted for Harris.
What?
You know Josh Shapiro, Pennsylvania governor?
You would have voted for Kamala Harris over her VP pick.
Yeah. I would have. I think the VPs actually have more influence, especially a guy like Shapiro would have more influence in a Harris administration versus a Vance in a Trump administration. That would have changed my vote.
Chat, I'm not sure how many of you guys caught it. I want to see if you guys caught it, chat. I want to see if you guys caught it. I want to see if you guys caught it. Monica caught it. So, I want to go back to the point where I asked you what your issue was with Democrats or the choices, because you kept saying there was no other choice. You literally spoke in a manner as if Kamala Harris wasn't the presidential pick. You even doubled down on this by only talking about Joe Biden, who after July of 2021, July 21st of 2024, wasn't even an option. Then, when we tried to get deeper into Kamala Harris, what her policies was, what her issues was, the next best thing you had was Tim Walz, her vice presidential pick. You hyper-focused and nitpicked on him versus talking about the actual presidential candidate. And then now, when all was said and done, we went through this little thought experiment. The next thing you pivoted to was if she picked a better man, per your logic.
No,
yes. Every single question I've asked you during the duration of this conversation, you've shown a gross level of misogyny. You've shown an issue specifically of misogyny towards women.
Hector, that's an insult, and I'm not going to take that shit.
How is that an insult?
It shows bad judgment on her part. You can try to bully me on this thing, but I'm not going to let you. That's
you
bullshit.
Haven't even acknowledged her presidency.
She made a bad decision. She made the number one decision she had to make. She made the worst decision of all by trying to get a guy who was soft.
You literally soft.
Soft.
You know, soft men or attack on soft men is also attack on women, right? Lil Red Blue, thank you so much for the Kenyan.
Don't try to spin that like that.
Yes,
I'm not going to take that.
Yes, it is.
No.
Would you not consider a soft man, quote unquote, too feminine?
No, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't.
I know it. I know a lot of women who are hard.
Oh, okay. So what do you mean by soft?
Weak. Weak-minded. Weak when they're on the podium. Weak in front of people. Weak with decision making.
JD Vance had, Tim Walz had some fire
He's
uh, speeches
You
and
try to
everything
spin
else.
it, dude. You try to call
No,
me
I'm
a
not
racist.
spinning anything. I called you a misogynist, 6,000%,
not.
and you're proving it every word that you say.
Nah.
You're still doing it right now. You're nitpicking the guy. The guy was a vice president. What power has the vice president had throughout history? I guess the most prominent one that we can look to in terms of actual power has been Dick Cheney. Because we know we often blame him for what took place in Iraq and Afghanistan. Sure. But vice presidents historically have just been figureheads. They've just been people there to support the president. They've had no real power whatsoever. But for some reason, every single time we talk about the woman who would have had the executive power, who would have had the backing of the United States in regards to our military, regards to foreign affairs, so on and so forth, you just direct all your attention to the man. You have hardly acknowledged Kamala Harris this entire conversation. It went from JD to Walz to Josh Shapiro being a better pick, as if Josh Shapiro would have changed anything Kamala Harris have to offer. Do you understand the contradiction there?
I understand how the conversation went.
Josh Shapiro. You think if she picked Josh Shapiro, she would have had a drastically different presidency, when nothing Josh Shapiro says can really change if she wanted to pass an executive order, if she wanted to sign a bill into law. They're just advisors, if anything. And she had a much closer and influential relationship with Tim Walz.
Well, I can tell you that pick was the most important pick of her campaign. And from my perspective, that was a bad pick.
I think you need to unpack your misogyny.
I understand your position, and I don't agree with it. And I'll tell you why I don't agree with it. Because I run a pretty big business, and I have senior level executive females who work.
What do you like about Josh Shapiro?
Well, there's several things about him. I think he's highly intelligent. I think he's a better. I think from his from the experience he has,
he's a better
and the way
speaker.
he handles himself. I'm sorry.
He's a better speaker.
No, he is a pretty good speaker. I think he's the same as JD Vance. I think his actual management style is more effective. I think he also shows in a state like Pennsylvania, where it's pretty split. I mean, it's pretty purple there. He's done a great job managing that state. And that's why.
I mean, I do have a specific compliment for anyone who manages battleground states, purple states, or even, say, what's his name? Andy Beshear, a Democratic governor in a red state. I think there's somewhat more, I'm more impressed by their records managing in those states versus, I guess, predominantly blue ones. But then we can also look at all the exceptional things that's taking place in Minnesota in regards to their safety nets, in regards to universal pre-K, school lunches, the way they've been addressing homelessness, their infrastructure, their streets being cleaner, the way they're able to address all those different things is also very impressive. I'm unaware of anyone who can cite hating living in Minnesota or referencing it as any type of shithole. When I can tell you here in Dallas, Texas, even when I lived in Austin, Texas, and Houston, even Republicans will complain about how dirty it is and the taxes and this and that. I'm unaware of a bunch of people complaining about Minnesota outside of the cost of living. So then why is it that you would not take into consideration those accomplishments?
Well, I know a couple businesses up in Minnesota that left Minnesota and moved to your state that you live in because of taxes.
Yeah, again,
Shapiro
expenses.
Shapiro in Pennsylvania, which I think Pennsylvania is much bigger than Minnesota, right? I'm sure the state revenue is probably 2x that of Minnesota. He just manages it better, and so significantly better, in my opinion. And plus, he's right there next to Jersey and New York, and so he's in just north of DC. He's in a spot where in Pennsylvania, it's a very tough state to run. It's got all sorts of different cultures in Pennsylvania as well, from Philadelphia over to Pittsburgh. Philadelphia and Pittsburgh are completely different from one another. And then if you go up north, you got coal mining country, right? So you got a whole bunch of Trumpers up there. There's no question about it in my mind. So, and he's managed all that in a very, very excellent way. That's why I think he is probably someone who's got a lot of upside on the Democratic side.
Pennsylvania brothers facing 400 years for racketeering conspiracy and 32 million Medicaid fraud. Woman extradited to Pennsylvania for USPS money orders, fraudulent USPS money orders. An organizer was group. Holy shit, this one's actually pretty crazy. A man who was a part of like a political organizing group was organizing a bunch of fraudulent votes and getting people to register. This is a fire department scheme. This is wire fraud. And this is all within the last 30 days.
So everything's coming out. That's pretty bad. Here's another thing, just to pivot a little bit.
No, you're missing the point of that.
Tell me.
You're missing the point. First and foremost, W's in the chat to Vintage Frigil for the $3 Venmo. I'd like to hear him square draining the swamp with how much Trump is using the presidency to enrich himself. I thought the swamp was full of crooked politicians enriching themselves. Quite literally. W's in the chat to you, for instance.
Well, I can answer that.
Vintage.
I think that whoever wrote that is correct. I think there's a little bit of BS going on up there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Sure.
Crazy. The point of me bringing that up is that you can look up any state and you can look at fraud. Every single state, you can look at within a day, a week, a month, and you're going to find fraud. You're going to find some case of them prosecuting it. So the reason why I do all that is to say the hyper focus on Minnesota's fraud, specifically considering that the launching case of it took place years ago when it was prosecuted by the same administration you're believing to be fraudulent or weak on crime, doesn't make any sense. Donald Trump can do this and has been doing this to other states. Minnesota's just been the scapegoat specifically because of Tim Walz calling him weird and Somalis.
Yeah, and the kid Nick Shirley, I think his name is, the podcaster or whatever he is, he's probably put a spotlight on it as well.
Yes, and he's an independent journalist for stupid people. He doesn't even know how to articulate the differences between Medicaid billing that has a certain licensing to actually be able to get funding from the state. He just looks at everyone who's labeled hospice and then says, this is their expenditures, this is what they're robbing people of. Fucking Monica, actually down in the chat there, did a brilliant breakdown of this where she streamed this entire video. It was embarrassing how wrong that man is when you actually know what you're talking about. Can you name a single Kamala Harris policy?
Yeah. She wanted to do, let me think about this. I think she wanted to do $6,000 or $10,000 child tax credits for newborns.
$6,000 for the first year, correct.
And then she had something about housing, because housing starts, of course, if you can stimulate housing. And I think she was on the right track there. If you can stimulate housing, everything else kind of falls in line. So she had some down payment assistance on that as well, which I liked that, actually. I thought that was a pretty good idea.
Coupled with building 3 million new homes at the end of her first term, she was going to focus tax breaks on affordable home contractors and opening up federal land, literal deregulation, to be able to build these homes that would help with the supply and demand issue.
I'm all about that. I think that's a good policy. And then now there was some stuff I didn't agree with, right? You know, and I am not all about the single payer thing with healthcare. I think our healthcare industry in the United States is completely broken. Similar to our immigration policy, I think those are two of the biggest issues that need to be corrected, and they always talk about it, and no one ever does anything about it. But I don't like single payer. I think more competition is better to drive prices down.
Okay, I don't.
Like the ACA, that's just like, in my opinion, it's just crazy. I run a business. Our healthcare expenses are extremely high. They have been higher for the past, every year they go up for the past 15 years.
Yeah.
Every year.
They were projected to go up. They were projected.
Not a little bit, a lot.
They were projected to go up outside of the ACA. In fact, we have data that actually shows that the ACA slowed down the rate at which some of them would increase.
It did not. Don't believe it.
No, it did. We would have no other information to prove otherwise. Hold on.
Call from
David, hold for one moment. we would have no other information to prove otherwise. First off, we can say statistically it would have gone up year over year. Everything's gone up year over year outside of presidential action, so on and so forth. Information that shows that the more enrollment for people actually helped to bring down the cost. Yes, there were some initial hiccups specifically because we were insuring more people. There was regulations that said you can't stop, kick people off or whatever because of pre-existing conditions, so on and so forth. And yes, some corporations did respond by jacking up the prices. But we were able to manage or mitigate some of those costs, and then whatever we weren't able to, we helped subsidize significantly.
You can't beat me on this one. I'm just telling you.
Also,
the Affordable
Donald
Care
Trump
Act
has been trying to gut the Affordable Care Act, and we've seen what he's done so far in the legislative branch alongside Republicans by getting rid of a large portion of subsidies, and healthcare costs has gone up.
So again, I just think that a single payer is a bad idea. I think what Trump is doing is not the right answer either. I think immigration and healthcare are two of the most pressing issues.
How can you complain about being a bad idea when the alternative, the privatization, leaving it up to the states and the corporations, has shown to be significantly worse?
The problem is that we don't have enough time to go through all this stuff, but there's certain laws, like as an employer, right? When I buy insurance, you got to go through the market, not the marketplace, but you got to go through the market. There's all these laws that regulate it. And with a few hundred employees, if I offer health insurance, I have to, as an employer, you have to basically fund 50% of at least the employee's premium. And so the key word there is premium, similar to the Affordable Care Act, the ACA. When you go out if you go out and get insurance yourself and not through an employer, you're going to pay 100% of the premium. You follow me? And all those costs.
You're mad you have to cover your employees?
Yeah, you have to. If I'm an employer, and the law says if I have 100 employees, 200, I got to give them the option to buy the insurance, so I got to pay half. That's the law.
What would you prefer? Paying nothing?
No, I'm not saying. Listen, I pay 80% of everybody's insurance. I'm not saying it that I'm the Grinch here. I'm just telling you what the law is. I'm telling you how it works.
I think it's good that we have laws that regulate coverage.
Yeah, but listen, when a person like yourself, so let's just say you're getting all your funding from these donations I'm hearing about. If you go out to the government website and try to buy insurance, first of all, the insurance sucks. And second of all, it's really expensive. Really expensive. So you can look at the numbers, but the detail, like you've been saying to me, hey man, the details behind this is something I really know I'm passionate about. Your dollar doesn't get you as much coverage as it used to 10 years ago, period. Just doesn't, dude. I'm telling you.
Well, the
and I'm just
Affordable
telling you,
Care
the
Act was
healthcare
temporary.
industry is broken.
We can all agree on that. The Affordable Care Act was never supposed to be the end all be all. It was supposed to be
and I don't think the government's the last institution that needs to manage it. They're the last ones.
The government,
they're fucked up.
The government is the only institution that can and should regulate it because they're the only one who has it.
And you know what? You
the
should
American
trust
military,
healthcare.
yes, the military in terms of signing up for the military. Absolutely, the fuck not.
No. All right, just listen. They suck at healthcare. they just suck at it.
I gotta move on to the next guest. I appreciate you.
Yeah. That's fine,
guys. I think I track conversations very fucking well. I literally don't know what his point was. I actually don't know what his fucking point was. I was trying. I don't know what his point was. But we were talking for a hot minute. And I don't want to kill the live completely. Caller on the line. You said your name is David. You vote for Trump?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Give me one moment. W's in the chat to Vintage for the $3 Venmo. I'm so sick of people not in healthcare saying stupid shit. There's not competition and you're driven by ambulance to the closest hospital or what meds you need. This isn't picking Ford or Chevy. It's life and death, asshole. 6,000%. W's in the chat to you, Vintage. W's in the chat to you. Guys, can we get the screen double tapped? Let's get the likes up to 200K. There's 428 people listening into the live. Unfortunately, we got that stupid flag at the beginning and suppressing my algorithm. But make sure you're showing the algorithm when to be here. Double tap, double tap. Let's also knock out the little journey goals. If you guys are over on the tube side, make sure you hit the like button on there. Subscribe, turn on notification bells. Please send a super chat, super sticker if you would like to support the stream that way. And become a member like Phoenix. Thank you so much, Phoenix, for sending a membership. Myra, congratulations. You are a new DEI subscriber or member of the Hector Talks YouTube channel. WCU, enjoy your perks. Please make sure you're checking them out. Alrighty. Do you regret your vote, sir?
No, I do not.
And why is that?
Because basically so I work in the transportation industry, and a lot of policies that Trump, that he made happen basically
God bless
really
you.
increased. I'm sorry, can you still hear me?
Yeah, it's a gift sound that comes up every now and then. Go ahead. Thank you, Karen.
Okay. So basically what he did was he really heavily transformed the transportation industry, and now I'm seeing a lot of truck drivers work under me. I manage them, I book them freight and loads and everything, and they're making a lot more money now under the Trump economy than they were under Biden a couple of years ago. And I'm seeing exactly why, because what he did was he restricted the way a lot of people, mostly foreigners, are able to get CDLs.
Are you a trucker?
And I'm not a trucker, no, but I manage truck drivers.
Okay. So you work for like a firm of like you hire
I work for like a
truckers to
freight
carry
moving company,
stuff.
yeah.
Got you.
So basically what he did was, a lot of foreigners were getting their CDLs and they were not really getting them through legitimate ways. They were crashing trucks and they were really dangerous drivers. So he had DOT crack down on those drivers and basically revoked a ton of CDLs. I don't know quite how many, but it was in the, I believe, tens of thousands range. And because of that, supply and demand working its magic, because there weren't as many truckers available to move freight, the actual American truckers, who I care about more than foreign truckers, are making a lot more money now. And to me, that's a good thing. So he basically, through his policies, he has a lot of policies I disagree with, but through that, at least in the transportation industry, he's putting a lot more money in truck drivers' pockets. And I see it firsthand.
Okay. So you're saying via these cancellations, there would just be more work. The problem is many of these cancellations of CDLs have not been labeled as fraudulent. They've just implemented stricter guidelines, which negatively impacts
Correct.
legally authorized immigrants here in the United States. And for these jobs that you're working, if there is an increase in fields, because I won't take that away from you, I'm sure there may have been more options available, you would then be somewhat, I would argue, paying back that cost and the substantial fuel increase that we've seen over the last couple of months.
Well, the consumer, like you and me, when we go to the store, we're paying the price because prices increase because it costs more to haul those goods because the fuel is increased. So you are right in that sense, but for the actual truck driver, if they're a company driver, it doesn't matter. They're not paying fuel prices. But if they're, say, an owner-operator, for example, they have their own vehicle,
Yeah,
the
if
fuel
you're
prices are
owner-operator, you'd be
factored
paying for the
into...
gas.
Excuse me?
If you're owner-operator, you'd be the one paying for the gas. I guess if you're working for a
Correct.
company,
But-
you would get some type
but-
of a subsidy or whatnot.
Well, it's not a subsidy. It's what's called a fuel surcharge. So it's just
Yeah, it's a better term,
it's a scalable pay system that's given to the driver. Like, for example, if fuel doubled tomorrow, the fuel surcharge would increase dramatically to cover that cost for the owner operator. So it is passed on to people like you and me. I'm not saying that it's not, but the driver really, for the most part, is not affected. What a lot of people don't know is truck drivers are not affected as much as you would think by higher fuel prices. And also what you said about you said something before about how these things that Trump did affect legal visa holders who are CDL holders. Well, you are right about that. But the thing of it is the reason that their CDLs were revoked was because DOT started doing tests on these drivers, and they would see that they either couldn't speak English, and more importantly, they were unable to read the road signs of the road. Now, I'm sure I don't have to explain to you as a truck driver why it's important if you know how tall your truck is relative to a bridge that you're about to drive into. A lot of foreigners can't read these signs. So that's extremely dangerous, and that's one of the reasons why he had DOT, Department of Transportation, crack down on this. And it really, I see it firsthand that it's benefiting a lot of truck drivers because I'm looking at the way freight is paying now. and a lot of drivers are making a lot of money, which they were not making a couple of years ago. So that's mostly why I support him, because he directly impacted my industry in a positive way.
I don't have a problem with the crackdown on people whose alleged inability to read signs and whatnot could be a
Right.
huge risk for themselves and other drivers on the road. That's a separate conversation. I have no doubt in my mind that some of those people are being caught. I'm more so challenging some of the other individuals who are having these records challenged just because. But sure, I do think there's a huge safety issue on the road, and this actually even benefits insurance companies when we have less risky drivers being insured.
Yeah, I mean, it does. I mean, but look, insurance premiums have gone up quite a bit in the last couple of years. I don't know necessarily. I wouldn't necessarily put that on Trump or Biden, but overall, the industry is more expensive. But ratio-wise, truck drivers, at least from the freight that I'm having to move, is paying quite a bit more. And I'm cutting them their paychecks, so I see what they're making. So that's really, I mean, look, this isn't the biggest issue in the country. I mean, there are millions of truck drivers, but overall, a lot of people are suffering in this economy. I'm not a Trump defender saying he's doing a great job with everything, not even close. But just again, in the transportation industry, which does affect millions of people, millions of drivers, Class B, Class A, they're doing quite a bit better than they were 2-3 years ago.
So
that's why I support him. I mean, or support that part of it.
So this is what's being posted by the Trump administration, that the reason cited for some of the things that you mentioned, and maybe in that pool that is true. From everything I'm seeing here, and I'm specifically looking at the reasons for the CDLs being canceled.
Okay.
But I'm also looking here at several different states, red states actually, like here in Texas, individuals who had their licenses canceled, even though they were able to speak English clearly and proficiently. They were just set to review them just based off the fact that they were a migrant. There's a case in Florida specifically. It was 19 truck and bus drivers seeks to block new state rules, arguing they violate the rights of drivers who face financial ruin without the evidence of misconduct, fault, or dangerousness. There are individuals who broadly and blanketly, and that is my point of contention, of having their CDLs revoked and their privileges taken away solely based off of the fact that they're an immigrant. If we had a comprehensive review of drivers who have misconduct, of drivers who've been in accidents, of people who, like you said, may not have the correct bare minimum proficiency, that would be a separate conversation. Those cases aren't necessarily being reflected broadly in the numbers, and this is coming from red states.
Well, I mean, look, whenever an executive order, whatever, is passed like this, it's going to be so broad and wide that there are going to be people who are unjustly affected. Look, I'm sure there are probably migrants who
actually no, that's not the case at all. If you pass an executive order to review hundreds of thousands of those licenses, that's separate. And then based off the review, based off the investigation, we can then determine who's missing this, who's done that, and then we kick them off. The review didn't come first, the cancellations did.
Yeah, because a lot of DOT, again, Department of DOT, who I personally speak with guys who work in that field, they're able to make a decision. They can basically say, okay, like, for example, when a truck driver goes into what's called a weigh station, and they might get pulled into the weigh station, they weigh their truck, they check to make sure it's up to date. When DOT officers see that, hey, wait a second, this guy can't really communicate with us, he can't speak English, then they'll have them do basically an on-site test, like showing them kind of a test saying, okay, what is this sign? What is that sign? And if they determine that they can't figure out that sign, they will shut down their CDL. They'll basically put a hold on it, and then it'll be determined, later if they can get it back or not. So that's why a lot of drivers
that's valid. Those are
it.
two separate things, though. So one is not being able to speak English, and another one's not being able to read road signs. If you can't read bare minimum basic road signs, you shouldn't be on the goddamn road. But being English isn't a requirement for that. I mean, although I would encourage it, I would encourage more maybe programs and stuff to get more people be able to speak the language. That's just going to overall help with language barriers. But that is separate from being able to read signs. But sure, if people aren't reading signs properly, then at bare minimum, no, you absolutely shouldn't be on the road.
Right. But the thing of it is not being able to read English is kind of the prerequisite that shows a lot of DOT officers, hey, wait a second, there's something up here. This guy can't speak English. That then, again, turns it into, okay, take this test. They fail the test, and they get their license revoked. and that, or at least maybe not revoked, but put on hold. I don't know exactly how it works because I haven't done it myself, but that again, then you do that for thousands and thousands of drivers. And yes, some are going to get screwed over that they didn't deserve it. I'm not saying they're not, but that when you do that to thousands of drivers, the other drivers who are on the road and are healthy, intelligent drivers, they're making more money because they have a bigger pool of freight to choose from and better rates to get paid from. Do you see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, but I think at the cost of harming people, innocent people, I don't think it's worth it. Especially if we're looking at, I've been wondering this for some time. I have seen absolutely nothing to substantiate this mass amount of increased undocumented migrant crashes on the road. I keep hearing about it. I don't see any of those numbers, especially when we have numbers showing that overall safety regulations on the road have been pretty good. They've been going down. We can pull up instances of this migrant here and this migrant there who do this and do that, and we prosecute it, we take care of it. But I don't think there's any actual numbers to reflect that undocumented migrants are putting Americans at risk or themselves by driving without being able to read a single sign on the road.
Well, crashes specifically, it doesn't have to get to the point where there's a crash for that driver to put other people in danger.
No, it doesn't. It's just in general. Yeah, sure.
So, I mean, you are right that there's not necessarily this huge influx of crashes due to migrants. And a lot of times when it does happen, when there is a bad crash, it's honed in on because even though it's not a large number that's happening relative to the total amount of crashes, people look at it and say, hey, wait a second, this guy from China who couldn't speak English, he crashed the truck. He never should have been in the truck in the first place. But like you said, there's not a lot of that going on. But I don't mean to just keep making the same point and sound like I'm talking in circles, but the main point of contention is, before that ever happens, DOT is finally doing their job and they're getting these guys off the road because they're dangerous. Even if you don't crash, if you can't read the signs of the road, you're dangerous to other people, especially if you're in a car, you're dangerous. If you're in an 80,000-pound truck and trailer, you are a problem even if you don't hurt anybody. You need to be taken off the road.
No, I do not disagree with those risks that took place. And handling them as well. But you'd also be talking about fraudulent CDLs, individuals who are somehow able to get the right documentation and whatnot to bypass our checks and balances. So there comes a whole nother issue of the amount of people who are able to slip in under either administration and get these documents. We're not addressing that issue at the root. We're just kicking people off. Same way mass deportation under the Trump administration doesn't address the root causes. It doesn't actually, quote unquote, close the border. If you have a bottle or some bowl of water and you're taking another scoop and you're pouring, I'm not describing this well. If you got a bowl and you got a hose in the bowl of water and it's filling in water, and then you have a scoop on the left and you're scooping out a bunch of this water, but the hose is not being plugged. You're not plugging the source. You're not addressing all the water coming in.
Like you said, the root of the problem.
Then we're right back
to
square one.
Well, you are right. But the root of the problem, so the thing of it is the root of the problem is a lot harder to actually address because the reason why a lot of these drivers are getting CDLs in the first place when they can't even, if you go to a DMV and you try to get a license but you can't speak English, they're not going to pass you to get a CDL through a test because they're going to make sure you know how to read the signs. So you probably say to yourself, well, how are these guys getting their license in the first place?
License?
Excuse me?
You don't have to know English to learn a license. I think you keep conflating English.
I'm not saying no. I'm saying you have to be able to show you can when you take the CDL test. They're going to test you and see, can you read this sign? Can you read that sign? What's the speed limit? What does that sign say? Right. A lot of these guys, the reason they're able to pass is because they're basically going to CDL schools, third-party schools that are also owned and operated by migrants from their particular countries, like India, for example, and they want to pass their own people. So they will pass them knowing that they really have no business driving a truck. And that's a much harder problem to tackle because it gets way more into the weeds than it is to just for DOT to see a driver on the road, pull him over. Okay, he can't proficiently read the signs. We're going to revoke his CDL.
I am unaware of any Indian, Chinese, or whatever third party that teaches people how to pass the test, nor would those schools negate us, the U.S. government, legal institutions, authorizing these people to be able to drive solely based off of the pictures and their language that they speak, in which case they would get bilingual tests, they can change it. So that would be inconsequential. Even if there was schools out here that teach you how to read all the signs to the best of your ability so you can pass the test, if we are if these people are passing our tests, that's completely separate. That's a whole nother issue. And even then, if they're able to pass it, that means they passed it. They're not a threat if they pass it.
And plenty of migrants do.
I'm speaking on fraudulent CDLs. I'm talking about shit that they doctored. That is an issue.
Right.
I'm not talking about people able to pass the test because they're legally allowed to do so.
Well, I mean, in terms of fraudulent, actual doctored CDLs, I don't really have much knowledge on that subject. I mean, I've worked with DOT officers, and they've told me directly that a lot of schools, like in the New Jersey area, have had to be closed because they showed that they were basically handing out CDLs kind of like candy to people that didn't deserve them. Now, I'm not saying that is solely tied to migrants, but I mean, migrants might be going to those schools to get their CDLs because I cannot figure out how someone who can't read the signs of the road at all and can't speak English, but moreover can't read the signs, how they could possibly get their CDL. It makes no sense. So there's something going on that doesn't add up.
Or in some of these places, they could even be paying off people to give them a fake one. That's a separate thing.
Yeah. I mean, you're probably right. I mean, it's probably way more in depth and hard to actually crack down on than what Trump did. Trump kind of gave an easy blanket solution. Basically, what he did was he just gave DOT a lot more power to do what they need to be able to do. But to take it a step further, he should do those things. But I think that would be a lot more difficult to handle. But even that step further aside, again, just my main point was I'm seeing a lot of drivers who are just doing a lot better financially because of the things that Trump has done to the transportation industry.
So here's the
That's
thing.
really my.
So I'm looking up all the requirements that it takes to take a CDL, and I think we can ascertain that the average person, undocumented migrant, can't get past these things. So first off, you got your commercials permits, learn it. This is something that I did not know. I did not know you have to enter an entry-level driver training thing. I had no idea. So you have to pass a CDL training school or program. And then basic control skills, just backing. You do an on-road driving test. So if people are passing all of this, if undocumented migrants are passing all of this, which again, that wouldn't be a thing, but even legally authorized migrants are passing all of this, the language barrier is irrelevant. Not to mention, this costs a fuck ton of money.
Right. The language barrier is irrelevant, but again, the language barrier is tied to their ability to read the signs. That's really the main thing. Because if you can't speak the language of the country, you're probably not going to be able to read the signs of that country. If I can't speak Japanese and I go to Japan, I'm not going to be able to read their road signs.
It's purely based off of pictures. You can study the pictures, the shape of the signs, the colors of it, the arrows, the figures, and that will tell you everything you need to know, even if those signs don't have words.
But they're not doing that because they're getting their CDLs revoked when they get on the road tested by
some of them.
DOT.
Sure. Maybe.
Yeah, some of them,
but
and those
again,
are the ones
broadly,
that are losing
under the
license.
Trump administration mandates, they're not reevaluating people and then taking it away. They are just canceling them and telling you to figure it out.
Yes, pretty much. Yeah, and I think that's a good thing. Now, granted, that can come at a cost.
How could you possibly think that's a good thing?
I'm sorry, you asked what?
How could you think that's a good thing?
Because when you're on the road as a truck driver and you are hauling all this heavy freight and DOT determines right there you are not safe to be on the road, they can't say, okay, you know what, we'll let you keep your CDL for now and we'll talk about this at a later time. They have to say, no, you're out of it right now.
Do you have any information on how much that is happening? I understand you have your anecdotal experiences and that is an instance, an option, sure. But I'm unaware of any numbers that we would have to show that we're stopping people en masse, specifically under Biden, because that's where the alleged rampant amounts of people would have came over here. We're stopping people en masse we're saying, okay, they don't speak English. Let's double check their things, which shouldn't be enough, but whatever. Let's double check their things. And then we're finding out that they're just fucking around and finding out on the road, especially some of these individuals who have been driving for years, done contract after contract for different businesses. How do we?
Well, under the Biden administration, DOT wasn't doing that because they were restricted and they weren't really allowed to. So they should have.
What do you mean
they
weren't
weren't allowed
restricted?
to?
That's no.
Excuse me?
That's against the law.
What's against the law?
To restrict the DOT's ability to regulate who would get their. Hold on.
But what I can tell you is, again, yes, it's anecdotal, but DOT officers I talked to, they were not allowed to do these things that they're doing now. They couldn't do them a couple of years ago. They just weren't allowed to. They were either
Things
told,
like
no,
what?
you can't. Just, I'm sorry.
Things like what?
Well, like again, the on-site road test where they can determine, hey, you can't have a CDL. It has to be shut down right now because you're a danger to everyone else on the road. They're just doing it way more now than they were a couple of years ago.
You're saying DOT couldn't do on-site road test.
What I'm saying is, from the DOT officers I've spoke to, I'm not saying they directly said we couldn't do an on-site road test. All I'm saying is they told me what we're able to do now we couldn't do a couple of years ago, and that's why there's this increase in foreign drivers who are losing their CDLs because DOT doesn't have
the
their
Trump
hands tied
administration giving them broad authority to do all this stuff doesn't take away from the fact that they were not necessarily barred from doing it before. They're just expanding it. They're expanding it, like you said, to include people who are even legally authorized migrants. They're expanding it to stop people based off of language barriers. And those would be the points of contention.
Right. Well, look, even if you can make the case that Trump did it for the wrong reasons, like let's just say he did it solely, let's say he did it for terrible reasons and it was simply because of language. You just couldn't speak the language, which I agree with you. Just not being able to speak it doesn't inherently mean you can't safely operate a motor vehicle, commercial motor vehicle. But the convenient side effect was now, again, a lot of these guys who couldn't speak English and, again, couldn't properly operate the vehicle because they can't read the signs of the road, they were losing their licenses. And that's, again, a good thing.
Okay, so walk me through how these
He may have done it for the wrong
go.
reasons, but it worked.
Walk me through how these stops go that you're referencing.
Well, look, I don't work for DOT, so I haven't done them myself. I only have just been told by guys that I speak to and kind of work with what they do. You know, there's a thing called a wait station, right? A lot of cars are driven by them, they just don't pay attention to them, but they're for trucks, and they pull trucks in all the time, and they check them based on how their driving is, what their company's like record is, how, you know, do they have tickets and everything, and they know all this based on the license plate a couple miles before they're pulled into the weigh station. So if they see somebody that has a truck that is not tied to a big company, the truck looks worn down, it looks ragged, they'll say, okay, that's a red flag, we're going to pull them in. A lot of those trucks end up going to foreigners because foreigners are the ones that are driving these kind of old destroyed trucks because they're not working for bigger companies, they're just working for smaller companies ran by other foreigners who only have kind of trashy looking trucks that is kind of like a red flag to DOT. So they'll pull them in and then they'll just do whatever their process is. Again, I'm not a DOT officer, but they'll do whatever their process is to then figure out, okay, this person, we don't think they should be able to drive.
So these individuals would not be able to actually check that based off their citizenship. Now I'm seeing some of their abilities expand. So they work directly with local and state police, and now ICE, who is positioning themselves at these centers to allow them to do it, but they themselves can't necessarily make these determinations. They would have to have a police officer or immigration agent do so. So you'd be referencing how Donald Trump has now been positioning, stationing ICE agents at these ports, and then telling them to flag anyone who may have these suspicious things that you're referencing.
Well, the ports is one thing. Ports are different from weigh stations, which are all around the country. I'm not specifically
right. Well, I'm saying wait
ports.
stations. Yeah, so they're here at the wait station.
Okay,
that's what I'm
okay.
meaning to say.
Fair enough.
ICE agents are going to wait stations. Yes.
That's what you're telling. That's what you're saying from what you're reading.
Yes.
I mean,
so Florida
look, you might be
specifically,
right.
they're using their highway weigh stations. They're using these as immigration checkpoints. So they're able to put agents there, and with cooperation of some of the individuals working these stations, it is ICE or local law enforcement cooperating with ICE to make these checks, not necessarily DOT themselves.
Well, okay, but it's still a DOT weigh station. They have a role. I mean, they're playing a role. And
Sure.
do you disagree with this, with ICE doing this at these weigh stations?
I don't necessarily. I won't say I necessarily disagree with it. Well, I guess I can say yes.
Well, let me ask you this.
I
Do you
disagree with it.
understand why it's done?
I understand why it's done. I disagree with it being done under this current iteration of ICE, under this current DHS's orders, because of the manner of which they are doing it. I have no problem whatsoever with us verifying who has the right documents, who can actually at bare minimum read the signs properly. But I do not. I have a broad issue with this just indiscriminate blanketing of every single person getting canceled, being checked just because. That's the issue that I have.
Well, I mean, look, that is valid. I mean, it kind of goes back to, like, if you could make the case Trump did it for the wrong reasons. So let's just say he did it because he just personally hated foreigners and he just wanted to get them off the road. It's like he may have done it for wrong reasons, so to speak. But again, the end results are it is helping a lot of American truck drivers, and they're the backbone of the country. I mean, there's millions upon millions of them, and they're just doing financially better than they were a couple of years ago. And that, to me, that matters. It's not the biggest thing. There are far more pressing issues in the country, but at least it's one thing that I've personally seen it has improved.
Well, for one, I mean, there's only so much I can do with that because it is anecdotal. But say in the event that you're right, some people are able to get more jobs from this crackdown. That is good for them. But I don't think anything that would challenge our laws. I don't think anything that would welcome in racial or ethnic profiling is going to be good for the for minority districts specifically, or minority serving people, or legally authorized migrants. I don't think some of these jobs are exclusive to Americans, nor should they be. It's all about who has the right documentation, who can do the job to the best of their ability, and some of those people are paying the price. Also, we're not doing this crackdown broadly on anyone with CDLs. We're not checking anyone with just records of driver's accidents and this and that. We're just doing it specifically on immigrants. So if we're to talk about safety, if we're talking about the demographic of people that represent the majority of some of these horrible accidents and incidents that leads to mass killings with trucks, then we would also be looking at and reviewing American CDLs. But we're not doing that. We're only prioritizing.
Well, why do you think
immigrants.
American CDLs are not being looked at?
Because Donald Trump doesn't give a shit if you're American.
Yeah, but again, if you are pulled into a waste, if you're an American, if you're white, let's say white, you're the standard person in America, like being based on, how do I explain, like white people have a majority of the country. So let's say you're a white truck driver, there's millions of them around, a white male truck driver, because that's most truck drivers. If you're driving a truck that is suspicious to DOT, they're going to pull you in and they're going to check your information. They're not just going to say, oh, you're American, don't worry about it, get out of here, you're fine. But it's just, this is happening to foreigners more than natural born Americans, because foreigners are the ones that are driving these trucks that really shouldn't, the truck itself probably shouldn't be on the road, and that's where they're getting pulled in because they're setting off red flags.
Because of ICE.
So it looks like, oh, it's only
because ICE's job is to handle undocumented migrants who pose a risk within the interior of the United States. That's how they're able to do this. I would argue regular police officers would be the ones that would be pulling over just Americans and checking their paperwork.
I'm talking about truck drivers specifically for weigh stations.
Right. I'm saying anything they're doing with undocumented migrants would be happening through ICE, because ICE are the ones who are being positioned at these centers. Cops have always been at these weigh stations. Cops have already been there to help. But ICE specifically is there for undocumented migrants. There's been no ramping up of double checking Americans. And the reason
because Americans most of the time are operating healthier vehicles because they're working for companies that have fleets of healthy vehicles. A foreigner is not going to get hired by a big trucking company if they can't speak English, number one. And that means they have to go find some alternative mean of driving a truck. So they do it again through some small company. Either they own their own truck or they work for another foreigner, usually from their own country, that owns a handful of trucks. And most of the time, these trucks are, 15-year-old trucks that are worn down and really shouldn't be on the road anyway. They're kind of just, they have bandages on to keep the truck barely alive. Again, it sets off red flags and DOT pulls them in, and then they end up, as a result, they lose their license.
Yeah, I mean that part is true. It would be more so contractors that be taking care of it. Let's see, trucking crash down 2025 for in arms, so on and so forth. Based off the population, no. Since we'd have substantially more Americans with CDLs, we'd have the numbers to show they would be the majority of people getting in accidents. We don't have any numbers to show undocumented migrants getting the majority of trucking accidents.
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree with you, but accidents are that's a separate thing from just not being able to drive the truck efficiently, because again, you can't read the signs. That doesn't have anything to do with accidents.
But they have been driving the truck efficiently the whole time.
Yeah, but that's only because they haven't been caught yet, because they weren't caught because DOT didn't pull them in until that point to see, oh, wait a second, yeah, you haven't hit anything yet, you haven't done anything bad yet. But that's like saying if somebody drives without a license, they don't have a license, but they didn't crash into anybody yet, so then it's okay for them to drive. Nobody would say that's okay. Nobody would make that case.
Well, no, but if we're talking about the Trump's position specifically, Trump is indiscriminately canceling the CDL applications or warranting targeting of those people with CDLs versus what you're saying essentially of actual undocumented migrants, like people who maybe can't actually read all the signs well, or even know what some of the damn signs mean. They're failing these bare minimum proficiency tests when it comes to reading signs. That would be, if anything, a consequence of Donald Trump's actions. Sure, we are ending up catching some of those people. These are things that would have taken place regardless. However, that is not so much the directive of the Trump administration. That's not so much the goal. You're probably going to respond and say, well, okay, even if that's not the goal, this is still a good thing that's happening, in which case I can't necessarily disagree with you. But again, I don't think weaponizing racism here in the United States is going to serve us in the long run, even if we have small wins right now.
Why do you refer to how do you refer to as why do you think it's weaponizing racism?
Because we are discriminately blaming immigrants for many of these issues that we're having, because we are pulling them over. We are hyper focusing on their visas. We're hyper focusing on their CDLs, their licensing, so on and so forth, regardless of being valid immigrants with legal status here, regardless of them being able to pass the CDL test and them not having any signs of actual fraudulent documents. That's why. Right.
Well, yeah, but racism specific. I mean, look, there are tons of foreigners who they're obviously not the same race. I mean, plenty of white foreigners, black foreigners, Indians, a lot of Chinese, Asians too. They're the ones that are losing their licenses due to all these things I explained. So I don't really think that has anything to do with...
The vast majority of individuals who have been challenged and had their stuff taken away, and this goes further than DOT, this goes further than trucking, this is with everything else, have been brown, undocumented migrants, people of color, not European.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, but when you said it goes further than everything else, that gets into other subjects, which, look, you might be right on. That's why when I called, I just said it's specifically for the transportation industry. He's done a good job, and you are right. Like maybe he did it for the wrong reasons, but as an end result, it ended up being good for a lot of truck drivers, American and foreign, because there are foreign truck drivers here. I know them. I know a guy from Ukraine who employs a couple of other drivers, all from Ukraine. I know the drivers and I know him. They're all good guys and they know how to drive. They'll never lose their license. If they get pulled in, they'll pass a test in 5 seconds. And they're hauling very special, very important freight.
They're also white.
So, I mean, yeah, they are white, but this also happens to people who, I mean, there are plenty of, I have another friend, another truck driver. He's an actual owner operator. He's black and he's doing great. And he specifically told me, he said that Trump's economy has been benefiting him because he was able to get contracts for his company because he couldn't get them before because the market was so oversupplied because there were all these foreigners who were driving trucks who had no business doing that.
Yeah.
And he told me he was happy about it.
There's a lot of people who's, hold on. Let's say the enforcement angle the caller is describing is not what the Trump administration is doing. They're running dragnets on commercial drivers with valid CDLs and no English proficiency violations, e.g. Indiana Highway Blitz. ICE arrests 223 illegal aliens along Northwest Indiana highways. 223 drivers, 46 with CDLs. None alleged to have invalid or fraudulent CDLs. None alleged to have English proficiency violations. The best ICE could do was ambiguously claim 10 had a type of CDL that has been subject to abuse in some states. Oof. This is just another facade of the immigration crackdown. It has nothing to do with safety. This is no different from the worst of the worst narrative to justify mass detention. I am reading your article here. Thank you so much for that information, Space One Alien. Look, I'll tell you what. I mean, there's only so much I can really do here. I think I understand your argument.
Right.
But at the end of the day, some people are anecdotally benefiting from this, sure. But I would think in the grand scheme of things, I would not really say that this is helping the vast majority of Americans in the way that we think, especially if we have some of the driver shortages that we do have. So, I'm all for more Americans getting jobs. I am all for us making the roads safer. I am not for the Trump administration and their crackdowns because the vast majority of people being affected aren't the ones who need to be. But
Well, I mean, okay, look, I mean, I guess we could talk about it all day, but I mean, I appreciate the conversation. I thought it was a good one, so thank you.
no, I appreciate your civility, man. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You as well.
Yeah.
Take care.
I can't argue against shit that is being done that by a byproduct of it is going to make us safer. I can't argue against that. I literally can't argue against that. I would say we could have done all those things without kicking off innocent people, without fucking over innocent people's lives, without fucking over legally authorized migrants' lives. One of my big issues with the Trump administration is that for all our talk about helping out legal immigration, we love legal immigrants. They're doing it the right way. They should be given the American dream. Those are the people we're negatively impacting the most. That's my problem. And we're doing this based off of racism. But in any case, long haul, did you vote for Trump?
No, actually, I was unable to vote. I was on the road.
I see.
I couldn't get the. Can you hear me, bud?
Yes, I hear you.
All right. Yeah. No, I couldn't get the right paperwork in time to be able to vote being on the road.
I see. Is there a reason you got in the request?
Actually, the gentleman that was just on is completely wrong with what he's saying. I actually drive.
Karen, did you mean to come up? I don't think she did. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you're good. What he's saying is absolutely wrong. We are not making any more money with the way things are going now than what we were 2 years ago. It's way less money.
It's one of those things, and this is why I do my best to argue from a position of, is there something I can look at? Is there some piece of data that would reflect what you're saying? And I mean, he admittedly said it was just, hey, his friends are saying this. And one of the big issues I have with that is that, could it be true? 6,000%. But also, especially if we're coming to the some of the right-leaning kinds, people just say shit. I kid you not.
Well,
I know people who will say, I'm paying less for gas than I was in 2024. I've heard in real time people say, I'm paying less for gas right now than I was paying in 2024. As we all know, gas prices reduced from their peak 2022 onward down in the Biden-Harris administration. But they'll say it. They'll just say it just because Trump's there. So it's hard to deal with these anecdotals. But yeah.
Right. But he definitely portrayed that he was a broker. So if anybody's making more money, it's him, because they're always taking off the top before they ever pay their drivers out anyway. So the only one that's making more money right now is the broker. That is a guarantee.
That sounds about right. That I was able to clarify. I think he said he worked for basically he was the guy who manages the truckers. So that's one thing.
Yeah. He's brokering the loads out, so he's pulling more money off the top before he pays his drivers.
I can definitely see that being likely.
And then as far as the way station crap goes, they're screwing that all up, and it started with Oklahoma and then Arkansas, and then Kansas thought it would be fun to throw their hat in the mix too. And they're not pulling anybody of white color in for any kind of checks, period.
No.
It's all migrant or of brown color, and they're the only ones being checked, and it's absolutely ridiculous.
That's not what I'm not surprised by that in the slightest. We've had the numbers to show.
Oh,
that.
not at all.
No.
Not at all. And they're not publishing the records on it either.
No, they're not. No, they're not. We mostly have independent watchdog groups that are able to assess some of this data from public sources, from courthouse records, so on and so forth. But if you go to ice.gov, better yet, if you guys go to, we went over this yesterday's live, whitehouse.gov/aliens, that new BS website that they have, there's no data, no information, no actual breakdowns of this mass amount of criminals that they're detaining and deporting. None of it. So I would love to believe the Trump administration is making Americans safer by deporting the quote unquote worst of the worst. But if you can't show it, then what are we doing? But
well, they can't show it because they don't have any documentation to show who the worst of the worst is. They're just pulling, oh look, you're not of the same color, so you get to go too. They have no idea who the hell they're grabbing off the road. They don't care.
they find out when they actually check their records, or at least some of them who have the ability to. So are you planning to vote this election?
Oh, absolutely.
Very good.
Absolutely. I'm already registered for the midterms for November, and anything to get this fucking goofball from the clown house he's sitting in.
That's what I love to hear. I appreciate you coming up, man. Thank you for sharing your knowledge.
Hey, buddy, I appreciate you. Thank you.
You take it easy. I think Hector's Republican low key. Sure. Every way I talk, all of my videos, the year and a half I've been doing this absolutely proves that I'm a Republican. 6,000%. Guys, you will not find a single more GOP person than me on this app. 6,000%. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side and we call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. If you are a Trump supporter who regrets their vote, you may request up in the box. You are the demographic of people we really like to have a conversation with. This live is a safe space for you to come up here and express all the reasons that made you say enough is enough with the Trump administration. Or if you're a Trump supporter who does not regret their vote, you think he's doing an exceptional job, you think there's something you can teach me, you may also call in the number on screen or request up 737-295-5321. Oh, we're over the 2 hour mark. Guys, we're not at 200,000 likes yet. Double tap that screen. 505 of you watching. 505 of you watching. Make sure you're double tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up. Also, let's knock out the journey goals. We have 95 more of those to go. Make sure you are engaging with the engagement. Show the algorithm what to be here. If you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Make sure you're sharing out the live with your friends and family as well. Hit the repost and add to your story options. Send your daily heart me's. And links in the bio are going to be the best ways to support the platform. Whether you want to follow me on all the social medias, such as YouTube, that we're streaming to right now, or Instagram, where I post the videos that I put up here, both at Hector Talks with 2 R's. Joining the Discord community, to which we are over 700 members strong. Getting yourself some merchandise off the merch shop at hectorshops.com with 2 R's. If you use discount code WeAllWin, you get 10% off your entire order. And then finally, donating directly to the links in the bio. If you like what we have to say, everything we try to do here, the education, the information, or you just want to say hi to my cute face, you may do so on Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. Links in the description of the live stream. Those of you over on the YouTube side, please make sure you hit the like button on the stream. Also subscribe, turn on notification bells. And if you want to support, you may send a super chat, super sticker, or become a member. Thank you so much to the people who have done so far. Thank you so much, Phoenix, for the $5 super chat. You should brand yourself as the MAGA Daywalker. I like that. The MAGA Daywalker? I think I should make a sticker. I think I should make a sticker of that. The MAGA Daywalker. I like that. W's in the chat to you, Phoenix. W's in the chat to you. But no. Wait, is my thing not connected? Hold on. Is my thing not connected? You guys don't have the chat over on YouTube. Hold on. My fault. I thought I connected to Xfinity. Let me fix that. It won't give me the option to connect sometimes, and it'll show live, so then I'll assume that it connected, and it didn't. The chat should be there now, YouTube. Now you guys can see everything that's happening over on the TikTok side. All right, perfect. All right, now I don't know what y'all are doing. Any case, I want to show you guys a little compilation. And this is a part of the reason why I was giggling with the last guest when we talk about integrity and strength and all these different things, specifically from the likes of J.D. Vance. We can expand that over to Pam Bondi, Tulsi Gabbard, Lindsey Graham, so on and so forth. So I wanted to show you guys a little bit of something. This is a compilation of some of the most prominent right-wing figures today in the government, specifically in the government. And these are how they used to speak about Trump before he promised them comfy little seats.
Artists to take over the conservative movement. There is no way we are going to allow a con artist to take over the conservative movement, and Donald Trump is a con artist.
It's typical Trump. All bluster, very little substance.
For you to think that you can pimp out our proud servicemen and women to the Prince of Saudi Arabia is disgraceful, and it once again shows that you are unfit to serve as our commander-in-chief.
Trump is a really bad candidate, and frankly, I think a really bad person.
I want to talk to the Trump supporters for a minute. I don't know who you are, and I don't know why you like this guy.
Well, I think the problem is, number one, he's a bully. And, I don't like bullies.
This is what happens when a leading presidential candidate goes around feeding into a narrative of anger and bitterness and frustration.
This is a guy who said that John McCain is not a war hero, yet he sought his own 5 military deferments.
There's nothing in our Constitution that gives you the power to go to war without the express consent of Congress.
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
We're about to turn over the conservative movement to a person that has no ideas of any substance on the important issues, the nuclear codes of the United States, to an erratic individual.
He's a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot.
The military's not even going to follow his orders.
The military's not going to follow illegal orders. And so the Trump campaign was forced to change their position and say, we're going to try to change the law so that the military can operate within the law. That's a tall order also.
I think he's a kook. I think he's crazy. I think he's unfit for office.
We may not have that many outright Nazis in America, but we have plenty of cowards and bootlickers. And once those fleshy dominoes start tumbling into the Trump camp, the game is up.
Here's the problem with Trump. He says, go ahead and kill the families. Go ahead and torture. Go ahead and go further than waterboarding. What happens when people follow those orders or don't follow them? It's not clear that Donald Trump will have their back. Donald Trump is oftentimes about Donald Trump.
At the end of the day, do you believe Donald Trump, who always tells the truth? Just kidding. Or do you believe that woman on that tape?
He doesn't represent my party. He doesn't represent the values that the men and women who wear the uniform are fighting for.
This is a man who in rallies has told his supporters to basically beat up the people who are in the crowd, and he'll pay their legal fees.
There is definitely an element of Donald Trump's support that has its basis in racism or xenophobia.
We want a top-tier presidential candidate getting all of their military advice from watching Meet the Press.
Fellow service members and I, we are not your prostitutes. You are not our pimp.
Can't stomach Trump. I think that he's noxious and is leading the white working class to a very dark place.
No matter what happens in this election, for years to come, there are many people on the right, in the media, and voters at large that are going to be having to explain and justify how they fell into this trap of supporting Donald Trump. There is no way we are going to allow a...
God bless you.
Don't worry about what I have to say. Don't worry about my criticism. Let's talk about
God bless you.
The truth straight out of the horse's mouth. Thank you, Charmin, for the gifts. I appreciate you. Let's talk about the truth straight out of your party's mouths. I'm going to hone in on 2 parts specifically, with my favorite being when not fucking Olive in 0.2 seconds making the Daywalker sticker. Yo, W Olive, if you're in the Discord, if you're not in the Discord, what the fuck are you doing? But if you're in the Discord, go to the live chat.
God bless you.
Go to the live chat of the Discord. Go to the live chat of the Discord, bro. I'm gonna show you guys on YouTube in a second. Let me put it up here for y'all. Bruh. Olive said, bet. I got time. Somebody needs to AI me with some shades and a sword. But here's the sticker. Shit, it's gonna be blurry. I'm gonna put it. Is that too high? I need like a black. This is it. Here we go. It's not showing up well because, hold on. This will help. That's it. I'll show YouTube. Let me show YouTube. Let me show YouTube. If you guys are not in the Discord, those of you on the YouTube side, hit the like button. Not hit the like button, excuse me. The link in the description of the live stream or the description of my YouTube account will take you to the Discord link. Follow the prompts and bam, you're in. All right, here we go. I'll show YouTube the sticker. I don't know where I can put it though. I can put it somewhere. I can keep it up for the rest of the live. Okay. Hold on, YouTube. There you go. Hold on. I'll help YouTube out. I gotta make it bigger. To show YouTube. This is kind of it. It's not the best example. It's not the one with the background. But this was the sticker that Olive made. MAGA Daywalker. That is freaking hilarious. W's Olive. I'll add it to the membership stickers for you guys after the live. You can use it in the chat. Better be a bald head photo. You know what? You gotta do all that. You ain't gotta do all that. Anti-cases. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. But yeah, straight out of the horse's mouth. So J.D. Vance specifically, when he said that the president very much supports racism and xenophobia, my question to you is, since J.D. Vance would then show regret for everything he used to say about Donald Trump, has Donald Trump shown regret for his racism? Has Donald Trump stopped being racist? Because last I checked, he's ramped it up tenfold. He's slightly, teensy little bit, barely more careful with his words. I don't think he's as blatant as he used to be in words, but he has the power to implement policies, executive orders specifically. Erasing Black history as racist. Looking at the most prominent Black individuals in our government, whether it's Supreme Court when it comes to Ketanji Brown Jackson, individuals like Lisa Cook in the Federal Board of Governors, Federal Reserve Board of Governors, Kamala Harris throughout the whole 2024 election, putting the previous president and first lady on monkeys. Shit was pretty goddamn racist. When are we going to answer for that? If you want to move towards a society where we're not basing anyone's intelligence or the qualifications of stuff on the basis of race, then that society would also stop disqualifying people or reducing them because of those immutable characteristics. Trump hasn't put that aside. So, you need to move towards that. Why can't Trump supporters answer for the fact that he's racist? And which by default would make you racist as well.
Call from Harry.
Harry, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did. My name's Harry, and I did vote for Trump.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Date of birth?
August 12, 2006.
And you voted for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Do you regret your vote?
No,
Why is that?
because he's a good president.
Define good.
He's a racist.
Thank you. I appreciate that. He is. W's in the chat, the Phoenix, for the $2 super chat. Guess I'm reinstalling Discord now. Love it. Oh yeah, we have a great Discord. It's not crazy like some other ones. It's died down a lot because I'm not in there going back and forth with you fuckers all the time. It's a great Discord. A lot of the information you hear me post up here or talk about up here, I'll post it in there. We have our sources channel. We have our live chat. We have all those good things. I'll give you guys sometimes daily updates. Everyone in the Discord knows that I'm live because I tag them. And then sometimes other breaking news I'll inform you guys about. Yes, the Discord is free. Now, the Discord, you can choose to be a subscribing member. Like, there's additional perks in the Discord, but like access to the Discord and everything else is free. And then you can choose to subscribe there. So I have people who on TikTok. Why is this person calling back? I have people on TikTok. I always tell the TikTokers to subscribe to the Discord or do the membership on YouTube because Superfan is fucking ridiculous. I'm not making anyone pay $10 a month to support me. No, that's stupid. If you choose to and you got it like that, by all means, become a Superfan. But I would prefer you subscribe to the Discord because I literally get more and you get more perks versus people on the Discord. YouTube, it's cheaper to do that than this TikTok Superfan bullshit. So, yeah, to the people who support me that way, it's much more helpful. Thank you guys so much. It's not a huge thing here in Scotland. Oh, okay. Got you. We're going to give it a couple minutes and then we may have to engage in a little old restart because the Trump supporters are just chirping. They're just chirping. I need less chirpers and I need more people to call in. But yeah, welcome in Miss J. Edwards and welcome in Cool Sunshine to the Discord. Appreciate y'all. Enjoy all your stuff. We love the TikTok shop. I actually hate the TikTok shop. I see so many cool things on the TikTok shop. I refuse to buy it. And I hate that because I know there's a lot of stuff that's like legitimately small business owners. Myself, my merchandise is on the TikTok shop and I'm a regular small business owner with quality content. But there's so much Chinese shit, bro. I'm not knocking just Chinese people or anything. I'm just saying there's a lot of cheap stuff. So there's that. Anyways. Was this not the same number? Yeah, it literally was. I get some good stuff, not all. Okay, fair. I don't think that works for the algorithm anymore. Palpable. The same way like putting shit like F1 in the chat. Remember that used to work when people slurred. That shit doesn't work. There's a few things that are more so myths, honestly, that people just started doing because one guy said it that never worked, or at least not for me. So I don't follow all that stuff. But I appreciate y'all looking out. In other news, I want to show you guys another video. So I do my best not to be one of those agnostic individuals who just shit on Christians and religious folks. Because I think, and I know a lot of religious people personally, fantastic, exceptional people. People who really try to advocate for the faith they believe in. And then there's guys like this.
For rich or for poor, in sickness and health, to love, cherish, and obey. And look, even if your marriage is messed up, you know what? You made your bed, lay in it. If you're married to a drunk, sorry, you're married to a drunk. If you're married to a pothead, sorry, you married a pothead. Okay? And you know what? I'm not saying that your husband should slap you down, but if your husband slaps you down and you call the cops, you're evil. Period. You're the one who's evil. Oh, we're going to start hearing about all these horror stories coming out of the NIFB. If I heard a story about a husband who slapped his wife down and she called the cops on him, that is a horror story. What an evil broad.
Quick, show me in the vows where it says you're going to love, honor, cherish someone, and accept abuse as your own fault for choosing them. And no, obeying and honoring is not the same as accepting abuse and taking no legal recourse, despite what POS Pastor Stephen Anderson here of the Faithful Word Baptist Church would like you to believe. He is literally saying you're allowed to slap your wife down, and she is evil if she does anything about it. Imagine hearing the sermon, but then being shocked that women are leaving the church in droves and choosing not to get married. It's almost like a marriage certificate shouldn't be a license to hurting somebody. But let's be crystal clear. This is what they want on a governmental level when they talk about traditional family values. The value of a woman is nothing more than the property of her husband, and as property, he can do to you whatever he wants, and you have no legal recourse.
If you guys are not following Manda Rose or Potty Mouth Pollyanna, make sure you do so. Dre, at this point, yes. If they get the whining and crying in the chat, just go ahead and do it at this point. We're probably about to do a restart, but yes, that works. Thank you, Ruth, for the link. I missed it before. Also, she's not kidding. This isn't fear-mongering. Growing states: Louisiana, Oklahoma, Nebraska, Texas, Republican lawmakers in these states have been trying to restrict / completely end no-fault divorce since 2024. Since 2024. They have been trying to get people to say, you need to have a reason to get out of the unity of marriage. Now, last I checked, chat, please correct me if I'm wrong. The government being able to stop you from leaving your marriage for any reason sounds like the complete opposite of small government. The government looking at you and going, oh, you don't like that your man keeps lying to you? Lying's not enough. Did he put his hands on you? Did he assault you? Did he harm you? No. Why do you want to leave the relationship? Make it work. There are Christians who believe that. There are Christians who believe that. Any form of divorce for any reason is a sin. And they're trying to get the government to align with them. It's batshit. It's batshit. The more I talk to Republicans, the more I look into Republican policies, is the more I am utterly confused and honestly in disbelief of the notion that they were ever small government. I'm going to keep it $1.50 with you. Like I said, I don't know what Republicans actually stand for. I don't. As someone who thought I grew up with them, as someone who thought certain positions was their thing, I don't know what the fuck they stand for. Small government was always a joke because in other ways they wanted to stop the government from doing this. They wanted to stop people from doing that. Freedom of speech? Freedom of speech? Don't get me started on freedom of speech. Stephen Colbert lost his show. Jimmy Kimmel almost lost his because of Donald Trump. So what do we mean freedom of speech? Freedom of the press. When he passed the executive order trying to lock up people for exercising their First Amendment right, for burning an American flag here in the United States, when he said verbatim, we took freedom of speech away, you can say it was tongue-in-cheek or anything else, but name a Democratic president who did that. Name a Democratic president who did that. What the fuck is this, Olive? What? It's not what I meant. But that's fucking hilarious. Hold on, I'll show y'all. I was thinking of like an animated bee in the form of like Blade. And Olive put a picture of me in the background. How can I show you guys this to you quickly? Hold on. I'll just take a screenshot. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Can we get the likes up to 300K before we do a restart? Or do I just got to start it now? Are you guys going to take too goddamn long to tap the screen? What are we doing? This is what Olive did, bro. This is a real photo of me. I just didn't have the shades on. I don't know where Olive got the shades on. That's a real photo of me. She added the shades.
Toad is...
Oop. Cut that off. Let me show YouTube. And then we're probably going to do the restart. I don't trust y'all to get the likes up. I'm keeping it $1.50 with you. There's certain days when I have my people in here and I'm just like, y'all cool. And there's other days where there's not enough of you. I know my people are in here, but there's not enough of you. So we're going to do the restart. What did I do with that screenshot? Here you go, YouTube. This is the one. This is the sticker she made, bro. Absolutely diabolical. Alrighty. So TikTok, we're going to do a quick restart. YouTube, stick around right there. You are good. But on the TikTok side, we are going to restart, see what kind of conversation we can get going. If you're over here on TikTok, just go to my profile, watch my last video, give it a like, give it a share, give it a comment, give it a save. By the time you're done watching that and you come back, actually, hold on, knock this out. 21 more of these. Clear that out really quickly. By the time you're done and you come back, we will be live again, and we're going to see what chats we can get going on the line. I find it interesting on the days where I'm nicer.
God bless you.
Nicer to Trump supporters. I think I've been pretty fucking nice to Trump supporters today. It still scares them off. There's no winning with these people. Because then they say, oh, all you guys do is yell at us and yell and scream and cry, and then we talk to them civilly and they still run. I'm telling you, MAGA's a dying movement, bro. MAGA's a dying movement. Thank you guys for clearing that out. Alrighty, quick restart. YouTube, stick around right there. I will be back. Go watch my latest video. By the time you're done, we'll be back. Give me about 60 seconds. YouTube, you know what I was excited about today? I was excited about showing you guys some merch. And I got another delay. So then my mug is supposed to be here. Last I checked, it's on track to get here today. And you want to know something? I still don't have it. I just checked my mailbox a couple minutes ago. It is 4 minutes to 6 p.m. in the afternoon. And I still don't have my damn package. So, unfortunately, it looks like we're not going to be able to do the full rollout of samples for the new stuff that I have. Discord for members only? No. Discord is not for members only. The Discord is free, guys. The Discord is free. Anyone can get in. You can become a member there, a paid member, but the Discord is free. Welcome back into the stream, y'all. Welcome back into the stream. Gonna need you guys to do a couple things while you're here. Double tap that screen till the heart bar gets full. Double tap that screen till the heart bar gets full, and let's see what chats we can get going for this round. Let me bring my backup back in the live. Let me bring my backup back in here. Welcome back in. Sketch painting Wonder Woman. Alrighty. Welcome back in. Send your daily heartbeats if you have not already. Send your daily heartbeats if you haven't already. Phone numbers available for those of you over on the YouTube side. 737-295-5321. Is my sound lower? It's probably because I'm not talking to my mic the way I'm supposed to. That should help it make be a lot better. Be a lot better. Wishing don't make it so, Trump 2028. What does that mean, Veritas? What does that mean? What does that mean? Call in. Trump supporters request up in the box here the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Exactly, Sharon. They just be putting stuff in the chat. They will watch these lives for hours on end and just put random shit in the chat. It's weird. I do not watch MAGA lives. I don't watch MAGA lives. Why? Why would I watch MAGA lives? What can MAGA teach me? Better yet, I open this platform on a daily basis for MAGA to teach me something. And I'm disappointed on a daily basis. I don't know. It'd be confusing me. If you are a Trump supporter who regrets your vote, this live is a safe space for you to come up here and express what exactly made you get up off the MAGA plantation. Maybe it was the rising cost of groceries and gas. Maybe it was the forever wars that we were supposed to be ending that we're now actively encouraging. Maybe you realize that our military depletion of our offensive weapons, defensive weapons, have gone down by over 55%. Maybe it's the fact that your healthcare costs have not gone down, despite the ACA being deconstructed. Maybe it's because education hasn't got better, despite the defunding through property taxes or the dismantling of the departments. Maybe all of these things and more are the reasons why you realize that the Make America Great Again hoax was just that. Maybe you realize America First in Donald Trump's mind meant Israel, Argentina, and apparently $300 billion investment fund in Iran first. The Trump administration long demonized and criticized Joe Obama for passing the JCPOA, which actively kept the world safer from nuclear extinction from the Iran, which again, I don't believe was going to happen. But hey, they were not allowed to enrich their uranium over 3.67%, and they were adhering to the deal before Donald Trump got up one day and said, I think the deal is trash. I don't think it's good. Why not, Trump? Because. And he pulled us out of it. And since then, we've had them enriching in their uranium upwards of 60% and onwards, and we don't seem to be any closer to a deal in sight. He complains about the $1.7 billion that they would have received in a direct payment with interest. He complains about the sanctions we lifted off of their money and assets. But then now we're looking at a $300 billion investment fund in Iran. Just in case none of you guys heard about that, a part of their ceasefire agreement to extend for another 60 days to transition over to the overall end to the war, $300 billion investment fund is going to be a part of this package due to some people close to the matter. Could you imagine complaining about 50 billion, and this is rough estimates, 1.7 billion direct payment, and then 50 billion in assets, and that counts for inflation. Can you imagine complaining about 50 billion they would have received, I guess, due to the actions of the JCPOA versus the literal freaking 300 billion we're going to invest there? That's insane. Looks like we have our first guest. Let's get the show on the road. Splinter, did you vote for Trump?
Yes, Hector. What are you fucking crying about today, bud?
Do you see tears?
It's so funny you think this is your job, dude.
Think this is my job?
Yeah, you said you've been doing this for a year. This is your job.
You said think.
Yeah, you think this is a job. It's not a job. You're just sitting at home at mommy's house, not fucking doing anything with your life.
Yeah, my name's on the lease. I pay rent here. But no. So, hold on.
I'm sure she charges you, bud.
Hold on.
I'm sure you pay $300 a month.
No, this is my home. I pay a lot more than I wish.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I fucking wish. I'm sorry. Do you believe what I do is not a job?
Yeah, what you're doing is you're being a bum loser. This is not a job.
I don't know how education and information is makes
you go start a real job, like a service or selling a product. This is you being a drama queen.
I
You
do
never wanted
provide
to
a
graduate
service, and I
fucking high
actually
school,
do
buddy.
sell products.
No,
I actually
you're a
did.
fucking
I
Wendy
actually did do
Williams
that.
black guy, dude. You're like a Wendy Williams, dude.
What does that mean?
You're the fucking black version of Wendy.
What does that mean?
You're the black You're Wendy Williams' son, bro.
What does that mean?
What the fuck?
Wendy Williams is a successful black woman who's unfortunately going
No,
through some
all she
problems
did
now.
was talk shit about people all day. She's a drama queen, like
Wendy
you.
Williams made billions of dollars talking shit. That's a damn good job to be.
No, she didn't make billions of dollars,
Millions.
bro. She's a broke loser now.
Millions.
Hey, listen. No, she's a broke loser.
Wendy Williams got
were in high
paid
school,
millions
bro,
of dollars to
and
talk
you were
shit.
in the drama
Her
club,
assets,
and
her
you never
homes,
wanted to
her
leave the
family
drama
members,
club.
her success. Man, listen, if I'm Wendy Williams' son, that's one of the greatest compliments I can ever receive. Thank you so much for that compliment. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's not a compliment. Hey, when you graduated high school, did you like chimp out and like dance all over the place after you got your diploma?
No.
Well, thank God. Are you seeing all the videos of like all these black people doing that? These black kids like dancing all over the place and like ruining the whole entire
Wow, are
graduation.
you complaining about black people being excited about their education, about growing their
That's
education,
not
about
proper
graduating
decorum, buddy.
from school?
That's not proper decorum at a graduation, you fucking monkey. What
I
the
don't
fuck
really
are you talking
care.
about?
You're.
Oh, you
I
can't
know what
handle
it
a
is
monkey
now.
word? You
I
can't
know what
handle
it
a
is
monkey
now.
word?
I know what it is now.
Oh. You want them to embarrass the graduates. You
Wait,
want them to look
wait.
stupid.
I got you.
I can't believe you like that
You
shit,
just
bro.
said. You just said everything I needed to know. You just said everything I needed to know.
Oh, am I a racist?
Does it bother you that this
Or you
monkey
think I'm a
makes good
racist?
money?
Hold on. Do you think I'm a racist?
Hold on. Hey, I need to answer a question. Does it bother you that this monkey right here makes money doing what I do? Does that bother you?
Hey, bro, you make like $500 a week. What are you talking about?
I mean, if I made $500 a week, I don't know if
Bro,
y'all would
you
see
don't
me on
make
staff
any
already.
money.
No,
You don't make any money.
Does it bother you? Does it bother you when you don't see us working in the McDonald's? Does it bother when you see us grow platforms
But
like
you don't
this
make it-
with a combined following of
don't make any
100,000
money.
on all three platforms? Does it bother you when I get those donations?
Bro, you get like $2 donations.
Do you get
here and there.
irritated? Do you get
You're
irritated?
not making any money.
Do you
though,
get
bro.
irritated
Stop
when
lying.
people send
You're
me
capping,
money?
bro.
Do you get
You're
irritated?
capping.
Oh, check this out. Do you get irritated when every
How much do
single
you make
view?
a week then? How
Do you
much
get
do you make a
irritated?
week?
Do you get
Yeah, you
irritated
make
when
like
every
$200
single view on my video pays
You make
me?
$200
Do you
a
get
week,
do you
bro.
get
What are you
irritated when I
talking
get
about?
views on my videos and that pays me? Does it
What
bother
views?
you?
You ain't getting
Does it
views.
bother you that I have passive forms of income?
You're
How many
nobody.
forms of income do you have?
You're nobody, bro.
How many forms of income do you have?
Dude, I make like 25
How
grand
many
a month
forms of
profit,
income
bro.
do
What are
you
I
have?
make well over six figures.
How many forms of
I
income
make
do you
well.
have?
I'm in the 35% bracket, bro.
How many forms of income do you have?
I'm in the 35% bracket. That's all you need to know.
How many forms of income do you have?
What bracket are you in?
How many forms of income do you have?
What does that matter? What
How many
bracket
forms
are
of
you
income
in?
do you have?
What does that even have to
It
do?
bothers
What
you
does that
so.
matter?
What? It bothers you so
Okay, I
much
have 6
that you have to
businesses,
work
bro.
so
I got
hard
6
in your 6
businesses.
businesses, and I just get to come up here and I talk about this administration and I educate people on policies
You whine and
and
cry,
local
bro. You're a
information that
fucking
informs all
crybaby.
of them, and it
You're a
bothers
grown
you
black
so
Wendy Williams
much
fucking
that you had
version
a
of a man,
long
bro.
day at work, huh?
You drink soy milk
You had
all
a
day and cry
long.
about
I mean,
Donald Trump.
I do like soy milk. I actually do like soy milk.
That's my point, bro.
Do you
It's
hate soy
boosting
milk?
your estrogen.
Why do you hate soy milk?
Hey, bro, do you know what soy
Why do you
milk
hate
does
soy
to your
milk?
estrogen?
Why do
you know
you
what
hate
it does
soy
to your...
milk?
Okay, shut the fuck up and let me explain.
Why do you
you
hate
know
soy
what
milk?
it does to your estrogen levels?
It promotes
It
estrogen.
spikes. Yeah, that's why you're a female,
significant
bro.
amounts of soy. Significant amounts of soy can increase estrogen.
Yes,
Yeah.
motherfucker, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why you're a female drama queen, bro.
I'm actually not.
Your testosterone.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait.
Oh
Whoa,
my God,
whoa.
bro.
Wait, do you think men don't need estrogen?
Bro, I bet your testosterone.
Hold on. Do you think men don't need estrogen?
Yeah, we don't need high estrogen, bro. We don't want high estrogen.
You were criticizing estrogen. And you were criticizing drinking soy milk. Do you think?
Because you don't want high estrogen if you're a man.
Do you think men?
You want high testosterone.
Do you think men don't need estrogen?
You want high testosterone levels, bro.
My
and
guy.
low estrogen. Yeah,
My
you're
guy.
a man.
I find it funny how I'm the sissy. You're the guy who came crying up here that the fact that I make money and I'm apparently
Your
doing
fucking
better than you.
estrogen's
You're the one who came crying up here that this
maxed
monkey
out.
is clearly doing better than you.
You're
in life.
maxed out on your
And you're the
estrogen
one who
drinking
came up
soy
here
milk.
and knocked someone who would drink soy milk because of estrogen. Because
you're a
clearly you didn't know that men need estrogen too.
You're just a monkey.
Hey, how's your
Drink soy
how's
milk,
your
bro.
hairline? How's your hairline, bro?
That's why.
How's your hairline?
That's why.
How's your
dude,
hairline?
My hairline's amazing, bro.
Is it hair amazing? Show me.
Yeah, it's
Show me your
amazing.
hairline. Show
It's
me
a
that
fucking
amazing
amazing,
hairline.
bro.
Show me that amazing
Yeah.
hairline. I want to see it. Turn your camera on.
It's fucking
Turn your camera
amazing,
on.
bro.
There you go. I sent you the invite. Turn your camera on.
Stop muting me, dude.
No, turn your camera on.
I'm not going to turn the camera on because you keep muting
Oh,
me.
hold on a second. I got a grift. W's in the chat to Sick Society for the $10 Venmo,
Thank you for the
Ashwagandha fund,
$10.
or whatever you spend it. Thank you so much, Sick Society. W's in the chat to you. Do you think I made that up?
Make like fucking $200
Do you think I made that
a
up?
week, buddy.
W's in the
$200
chat
a week.
to
Hey, show us the
Victoria
donation.
for the $20 PayPal.
Show us the
Thank you so
donation.
much, Victoria. I
Show it to
appreciate
us.
you. Victoria didn't even send the message. Victoria just wanted to piss you off.
Show us the
W's in the
donation.
chat to you, Victoria. I appreciate your support.
Show us the
Sick
donation.
Society said, P.S. I
Ding-a-ling.
hope this pisses off Splittler. Clearly it does. Imagine
Send us
being
the show us the
a big
donation.
old softy wimp like this guy who thinks men don't
Softy,
need
you're the one
estrogen,
fucking
black
drinking
people
soy milk,
can't
bro.
celebrate education, and that making money off
they
of
can't ship
educating
out
in
and fucking
people
ruin the
is
graduation for all the
bothering.
white
How
people.
sad that is.
Because
How
you ruin
sad that is.
You
Oh,
fucking ruin everything.
he thinks he's bothering me too. He
God
thinks
bless
he's
you.
bothering me so much.
Why do you keep muting me though, bro?
I'm sorry. Did you say did you say show the
Yeah,
donations?
we don't want black people ruining the
Did you
graduation.
just ask me to show the donations?
Yeah, show us the donations, Dingling.
Are you asking me to dox people?
You're not showing shit, bro. You ain't making no money.
Why would you ask me to
You
dox
ain't-
people?
all you have to do is show
No,
us-
I don't dox my followers. I know you don't have like a base of people that you love and
Yeah,
respect and you want to help. I do.
Stop muting
So
me.
I'm not going to dox people. I'll tell you
You
what. I'll tell
lose.
you what I will do. So
Mute, you
there's
lose.
no way that I can prove to you that I actually do make money through the donations. But what I can do, actually, let me make sure I ask you this question because you probably
You can't do shit, bro.
You don't know this.
Keep drinking your soy milk, bro.
So what do you
Just
think?
keep drinking your soy
I have a
milk.
question for you. Where do you think TikTok coins go?
I bet your testosterone's
Where do you
at
think
100,
TikTok
bro.
coins go?
I bet your testosterone's at 100.
Where do you think TikTok coins go?
When'd you get your levels checked last
Where do you
time?
think TikTok coins go? I just need to ask you a simple question.
When did you get your levels-
Where do you think TikTok coins go?
I don't give a fuck about these coins, bro.
Yeah,
you know how much money I have in my Rob?
Where do you think? I didn't ask you.
I got more money in
Where
my
do you
Robinhood
think
account than you have.
TikTok coins go? I'm curious.
I'm curious. Dude, I got more money in my Robinhood account.
Where do you think TikTok coins go?
I got more money than my Robinhood
Where do you
account than
think TikTok coins go? I just need you to answer the question.
You ain't got no money in your.
I just need you to answer the question.
You're a bitch.
I just need you to answer the question.
You're a bitch.
Just waiting.
I don't care. I don't.
You want to answer the question?
Tell
now?
us where they go.
You want to answer the question now? You're very
How about you
angry.
tell us where they go?
You're very emotional. This is very
Tell us where
motherless
they go,
behavior that
bro.
you're showing here. Oh, do you not know?
I don't care. I don't grift.
Do you
on your
not
coins.
know?
I don't grift on your coins like you, bro.
Dude, The reason why I asked you was to see if you knew.
Money.
Now that you don't know, let me educate you. So TikTok coins is currency, right? People spend money to throw some of the gifts that you've seen on this platform. And then me, where this would be one of my businesses, right? I have to submit that tax form because I pay taxes on everything I make because it's money, right?
You ain't
so the
fucking
TikTok coins translate
You ain't
over
reporting it.
to my weekly checks and monthly checks.
You're
okay?
not reporting
So
nothing.
that's where the TikTok
ain't
coins
paying
go,
shit,
just in
motherfucker.
case you did not know.
You
Okay?
ain't paying into the
Congratulations.
system.
Now you know.
You ain't paying shit,
So now that
motherfucker.
you know that TikTok
Not
coins go
reporting
towards
it.
my payment. Thank you
You're
so
not
much,
reporting
Ann.
it.
Thank you so much, Ann, for
You
the
ain't
bumps.
reporting
I
shit.
appreciate you. Thank you for the
Estrogen
fist
boy.
bump. So now that you
Estrogen
know.
boy. Soy
Thank you,
boy.
Cara, for the fist
Soy
bump. Big
boy.
W's to you. Thank you so much,
Soy
Abaya, for the
boy,
hand
you
hearts.
drink your fucking soy milk at night, you little monkey.
So guys, I need your help. I need your help because this guy is really upset. I don't know why he's so upset. I need you guys' help.
I'm not upset that
So
you drink soy milk,
he's
bud.
never going to believe any
You
of the
drink soy
donations
milk.
that you send. He's
God
never
bless
going
you.
to believe the donations that you send. So what he will believe are those gifts. W's in the chat to you, Cara's Journal, for the divine figures.
Oh,
Thank you
wow,
so much.
pennies, bro. You're
W's in the
getting
chat to
pennies?
Noel for the tiger lift. Thank you
Oh,
so
wow,
much.
thank
Thank
you
you,
for the
Mama.
pennies.
Thank you,
Thank you for
Angie,
the
for the
pennies.
fist bump. America.
You're sitting
Thank you
on the
so much for
corner
the
of a
hand hearts.
street,
I
bro,
appreciate
begging
you.
people for
Big
money.
WCU. Thank you
You're
so
a
much. I
little
appreciate your
fucking
support.
peasant,
W's in the
bro.
chat to
You're
Lou
a
Roy for the
peasant
hat
with
and
a fucking
mustache.
cup in your
Thank you
hand
so much.
begging-
Why is he so mad?
God bless you.
Thank you so
You're a
much,
drifter,
Charmin, for the
bro. These are
confetti. Thank you
pennies.
so much, Cara, for the level up sparks.
Bro, these
Big
are
WCU.
pennies,
God bless
dude.
Thank
Why
you,
are
Ann, for the level up sparks. Thank you, Stacy, for the puppy kisses. That is such a cute gift. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can you ask Trump supporters to send you some gifts?
I don't need money, bro.
Can
That's
you
the thing.
ask
I
Trump
have
supporters?
plenty of money.
Can you? Are you saying no one needs money?
I have plenty of money. I have more money in my Robinhood
Are you
account
saying?
than you have in
Are
your
you
bank
saying you
account.
don't have a hunger to make
Hey,
more?
how much money do you have in your bank
Are
account?
you
bro?
saying you don't have a hunger to make more money?
Hey, how much money do you
No,
have
no,
in
no,
your
no.
bank account?
Are you saying you don't have a hunger to make more money?
No, no, no. You don't have any money.
W's in the chat to
You don't have any
Olive for the future encounter. Let's go. Thank you so much, Kristen, for the like pop. I appreciate you. Hold on. Are you saying there's a point in
God
time you
bless
can
you.
get to where you don't need to make more money? Are you saying you're
God
done?
bless you.
W's in
Yeah,
the chat to
when you
Matt.
invest your money
Thank you so
properly.
much, Matt. Let's fucking go. Big W's in the chat to Matt for the wolf. YouTube,
big
you're missing
W's
so
for
much
the
right
money.
now. You're
Oh,
missing
thank you
so
for the
many
2
gifts right now.
bucks. Thank
W's
you
to
for the
420 for the
50
hand
cents.
hearts.
God bless
Thank you so much,
Thank
Gabby,
you.
for the
Thank you for the
bravos.
50 cents,
Thank you,
bro.
Miss
Thank
Edwards,
you
for the
so much for
sunglasses.
the 50
Thank you so
cents.
much, Linz, for the moonwalk.
The
Thank you so
50
much, Gabby,
cents,
for the
bro.
Lenham
Thank
Cooks.
you.
W's to you guys. Thank you so much for the gifts.
50
I appreciate
cents. Oh
you.
my
Thank you,
God,
Miss
bro.
Edwards,
Yes.
for the sunglasses. W's to you.
W, thank you for.
Hold
God
on.
bless you.
W's in the chat to Valerie for the Star
God
Rocket.
bless
Let's
you.
go. Thank you
For
so
the
much.
50
Thank
cents,
you so
yes.
much. Thank you, Kristen, for the Canyon Bighorns. Thank you so
Oh,
much for
thanks
Canyon
for the
Bighorns.
10
Thank you,
cents,
Six of
baby,
Society, for the
yeah.
corgis. Big W's to you.
Dude, you're ridiculous.
Oh wait,
with
hold on,
this
hold
shit.
on.
You won't even debate. You only
Did you
care
think?
about his
Did you
fucking
think?
these little pennies,
You didn't
bro.
come up here to debate. You came up here to
You
cry.
only care about-
You've been up this whole time yelling at me.
God bless you.
You're the one who's
You won't
upset.
shut your mouth
You're the
and
one who
debate.
didn't have a debate, bro. Hold on.
You won't shut your
You
mouth
think
and
you're
debate.
slick. You came up here to talk about black people in graduations and how I make money.
Yeah,
You
you guys
came
are
up here to nitpick that. You didn't say anything about Trump.
So you're ruining
You didn't
the
make criticism about Biden. You didn't even say shit about Democrats. You came up here
You're
because you
ruining
were
the graduation.
so bothered. It made
You're
you
ruining
feel
the
insecure inside
bless you.
that a black
Little
person
monkeys are
was
ruining the
making money off of cooking your stupid ass. That bothered the fuck out of you, and that's why you're up here crying. W's in the chat to Transceiver. Thank you so much for the gifts. Thank you so much, Miss Edwards, for the big shout out. Thank you so much, Shauna,
bet
for the
you dress up like a
blooming
chick, don't you,
ribbons.
bro?
Thank you so much, Gavin.
I bet you
Gabby,
dress up like
for
a
the
chick.
divine figures. Thank you so much, and the Sean for the hand hearts. Big W's to you. I appreciate
The
you guys
soy
so much.
is like, dude, the
Hold
soy is so
on,
strong
hold on.
with
Give
this
me,
one.
give me a second. Give me a second. Shush.
The
W's in
soy
the
is
chat to
so strong
Lindsay
with
for the $5 Venmo. He asked if you thought he was racist. As a super white person, you saw my genetic sex. I did. I don't think, but know this dude is racist. Of
soy
course
is
he's a
strong
racist.
with
Of
you.
course he's a racist. He knows he's a racist. He wouldn't even deny
You're a
it.
fucking
Watch
racist.
this. Watch this right now. Are you a racist, Splinter?
You're a racist too.
Are you a
piece
racist,
of shit.
Splinter? Are you a racist,
Yeah, I
Splinter?
am actually, because you're a racist.
That's
Because
exactly
you
what I
are.
said. This person
Because
isn't up
you
here.
are.
Guys, this person isn't up here
Everybody's
to
racist.
defend some false false sense of
Everybody's a
morality.
racist.
This guy isn't up here to like make himself
God
look
bless
good.
you.
He's literally up here to make
Your
be a piece
culture
of
is
shit.
garbage,
He's
bro.
literally up here
Your
just to
culture
insult
sucks.
me. He's not up here to prove a point. He's
Go
just
back to
mad.
Africa.
He's super duper mad
Go
that
back
his
to
dick is like
Africa.
six what? Six,
Why are you talking
Are you
about
6
my
millimeters?
dick, bro?
Are you 6 millimeters?
Why
You're
you-
probably 6 millimeters. He's probably
You're
up here
gay
because
as
the
fuck.
last woman who cared about him
Why are you talking
probably
about
threw
my
him
dick?
under the bus. He's
Why are
probably
you
up
talking
here
about my
whining
dick?
and crying, complaining because he had a very hard day of work. So something
why
about
don't you-
opening up TikTok and watching me get all these gifts and donations while I sit on my ass bothered the fuck out of him. That's probably why he's mad. W's in
Wow,
the chat
you
that
got
you can't
$10.
make for the love
Wow,
paintings. I
$10.
appreciate you.
Whoopie-doo.
W's in the chat to Divine.
Oh, wow,
Thank you so much,
$10.
Gemini. Thank you so much, Mermaid, for the gifts. Thank you, Shaylu, for the
God bless you.
the
Big
finger
deal.
gifts. Thank you so much, Lori, for the Louis, the Cardinals. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ari, for the greeting hearts. Thank you so much, Shayna. Thank you guys for your gifts. I appreciate you guys. I have more. Give me a second.
Yeah, that's all you care about, bro. You won't debate me because you're a fucking punk
W's
loser.
in the chat to
Yeah,
Jacqueline
you're a punk
for the
loser.
$5 cash app. Please
Fucking
tell them they have the
lying-ass loser,
Neanderthal
bro.
blood. Did you know you have Neanderthal blood? Now you do. W's in the chat to Bree for the $5
I wanna
Venmo.
get you
The
niggers
chip
outta
in my
here. I
brain.
wanna get you niggers out of my country.
Oh, not the slaughter
You're a
run.
nigger.
Not the slaughter run. Oh, shit. You guys are not well. You guys are not well. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, you guys are not well. W's in the chat to Bree. Thank you. I didn't get to finish this. The chip in my brain activated. So here's another fake donation. Guys, you got to make sure you put DNC bot. Where are my DNC bots? Lock in DNC bots. Lock in DNC bots. Where are you guys at? Remember to put your DNC bot names. W's in the chat to Sharon for the $25 Venmo. Take all my estrogen lace money, please. It's real shit, guys. Men actually don't know that we need estrogen. Real shit. Men have no idea we need estrogen. That was sad. W's in the chat to you. Thank you so much, Sharon. W's in the chat to Red for the $2 Venmo. He doesn't have testosterone. He has hater. Hate erosion? Hate erosion is crazy. Hate erosion is crazy. W's in the chat to Pick and Grin for the $10 super chat on YouTube for the Bishmade caller. 6,000%. Thank you so much. I appreciate your support. Alrighty, if you are Trump supporting you and actually like to engage in the debate, request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Thank you guys for some of the gifts. I may have missed some of them. Hold on. I may have missed some of them. I think I got all of them. If I missed calling you out for your gift, thank you so much. I appreciate you. You would think by now you Trump supporters would have learned something. You think by now you Trump supporters would have learned something. None of these guys have any energy whatsoever for each and every single Fox News talking head. People who get on Fox Entertainment, and talk absolute bullshit out of their ass day in and day out. And these people make millions. No energy for those people whatsoever. But God forbid someone, a regular person. This is actually why I say Trump supporters don't care about the lower middle class, which they're in. Trump supporters do not care about the lower middle class because millionaires and billionaires can say whatever they want and they can have platforms dedicated to grifting off of people like you and I. No problem whatsoever. No smoke, no energy. When a little billionaire won the presidency in 2024, he spent months campaigning off of your donations, a man who could have funded it all himself. He aligned himself with the world's richest man and still had the nerve to ask you guys, boo-boo the foos in you fucking red states and everyone else, for your dollars. Taking your money for false phones that some of you people still haven't fucking gotten yet. And your bullshit Bibles and everything else. That man grifted the fuck out of you. No, mum's a word. Mum's a word. God forbid I make my little money. Fuck you, man. I'm going to keep making more. W's in the chat to the One Mighty Pen for the $2 super chat. This is my favorite DNC bot right here. The One Mighty Pen is my favorite DNC bot. Not only was he my first DNC bot, he was also my first member on the YouTube. DNC bot 8475 reporting for duty, sir. That's what I'm talking about. W's in the chat to you, the One Mighty Pen. W's in the chat to you. All right, let's see if we have an actual debate. That was fucking fun. I love how they think their slurs and everything else bothers me. It doesn't. It's really just showing your insecurity. Because while I'm going to be up here doing this, and then I'm going to get off, and I'm going to... Never mind. I'm telling y'all too much. I don't know how to say your name. What's your name, bro?
Just call me DD.
DD. DD, did you vote for Trump?
No.
Why are you up here?
I don't like Trump.
You don't like Trump?
Yeah.
Do you think I like Trump?
No.
Cool. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on the screen, 737-295-5321. W's in the chat to... Got you. I'm an IT guy that's been in the field for a long time. Went from homeless to poor homeowner. I have some ideas for you and allies that are small but impactful. I've decided to throw caution to the wind and ask for a call. Can't get into it over email. Yes, so my email is in my link tree. So the same place you go to my links, if you scroll all the way to the bottom, the tagline is I'm gonna show y'all. Never mind. I'm just gonna show you guys. Mods, please look out for the requests, please, if any Trump supporters request that, which I doubt at this point, because I don't know what the fuck is wrong with these people today. Let me show you guys. Those of you who haven't been to it or you haven't seen it, I'm just going to show you guys. YouTube, you're not going to be able to see it. We're working on it. So move you up. All right. So there's going to be a couple of things on here when you go to my link tree. Obviously, there's going to be the shop is the first thing. Please make sure you go to hectorshops.com with 2 R's and get yourself some cool ass merchandise. Use discount code WeAllWin for 10% off your entire order. So that's going to be the first link. And then there's going to be obviously the pay links. Anyone who wants to support the platform through Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. Those are your 3 links there. Other stuff is going to be We Are What's Left. I am a part of that organization. If you want to get involved, become a creator, you can join there. You can follow the backup. I forgot I had this not gonna lie thing there. I forgot I had that there. So this is like a weird Instagram, Snapchat thing where you can send someone anonymous messages. I had that in my bio and people used to send me the wildest shit anonymously. I should take that out. I don't know why I still have that there. And then at the bottom is my email. When the DNC is ready to pay me or all of the serious inquiries. So if anyone wanted to get in contact with me about business related, content related stuff, that's where you do it. You email me, or better, if you're in the Discord, you can tag me directly. You can message me directly on TikTok. So that's to the person who sent that donation. Thank you so much for your 10. Any inquiries you may have, just go ahead and hit me up and I'll be on the lookout for it. Thank you so much. I appreciate your support. Any case, where are the Trump supporters? Kung Fu Frogs. Kamala Harris did not have to have a primary, the same way your president in 2020 didn't have to bother with his. RNC and DNC have certain rules that you guys don't understand, hence why you think she was quote unquote installed. Better yet, maybe you should be less worried about how she got to her seat and more worried about her policy platform. You guys don't care about installments. What? I knew you were a DNC shield? I'm trying to be. No, on some real shit, the DNC needs actual fucking reform. Did you guys read the, what do you call it? What do you call that breakdown that they just posted recently? Not skeleton. Autopsy. Did you guys see the DNC autopsy? Did you guys see that load of bullshit? Did you guys see that absolute fucking load of bullshit that was the DNC autopsy? Thank you. I see it. Thank you so much, Shauna. Guys, if you're in the Discord, the sticker is now in the Discord. That shit was bull, bro. That shit was bull. The Bulwark one. Actually, I think I need to read that one, Monica. I need to read that one in the. Let me look that up right now, actually. That probably actually had some real substance. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to save this. Thank you for that, Monica. I'm going to save that. I'm going to get into that later. Only heard people talk about it, and it seems like the consensus with that, it was BS. Yeah, they missed the mark on so many things. Basically, they kept saying stuff like Republicans are able to like reach the average American and our messaging is not. They didn't say the reasons why, not really. I think they falsely blamed other things. They really didn't want to touch on Israel. It's a load of bullshit. Net, did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I certainly did.
Yes, you certainly did. Do you have an issue with leftist content creators making money?
I got no problem with it.
W. I have no problem with Americans making money. 6,000%. Do you regret your vote for Donald Trump?
Somewhat, yeah.
Somewhat?
Yeah.
So is it a full yes? Or a full no? Or 50-50?
It's 50-50.
50-50. Okay, give me a reason why give me something you think Donald Trump is doing really good that warrants 50%, and something that you think he's doing terribly that causes you to be on the other side of the 50%.
I can give this. Okay, so the bad side is he's bending over for Benjamin Netanyahu. Let's see. The other side, military-wise, it's like giving pay raises for the military.
Okay, I mean, pay raises for the military has been a thing under every single administration. If there's one thing that even Democratic presidents understand well or unapologetically support, it's the military-industrial complex. So that's not something that's necessarily unique to Donald Trump. I would also want to talk about
he's just raising like the pay rate for like military people like me. So
sure, but again, that was going to happen regardless. You guys were due for those increases.
Yeah, but yeah, no, it's just him bending over to Benjamin Netanyahu.
Sure, but that also goes that ties right into the military position. So you're so
that's
right.
Foreign policy.
Yeah,
I'm not talking
foreign
about
policy where you, a U.S. military serviceman, can be deployed in regions where you cannot come back from, specifically in regards to the war in Iran.
Yeah. Well, I'm not deployed in Iran. I'm deployed in Germany right now. I'm in Ramstein, so.
Sure, but that's the point. There are people that have been 10,000 specifically as of April.
Yeah. Wait, you're a leftist, right?
Yes.
Wait, like what leftist ideology do you hold to?
What leftist ideology do I hold to? I would consider myself a practical progressive or a New Testament Democrat.
What's a New Testament Democrat? Can you tell me that real quick?
Basically a progressive. It's something that I just coined. It's a progressive. I'm not for the old ways of the Democratic Party. I'm for the new upcoming progressives that are looking for real change, and they do not subscribe to the establishment values.
Okay. You don't like APAC and all that? You don't like all of them?
No.
Okay. Who would you support in 2028 for the Democratic nominee or Democratic presidency?
All depends who's up on the ballot. I don't think there's any sense in speculating who would I support when some of those people have shown no interest whatsoever in doing so. We'll all see what happens after the midterms. But there's people who've been estimated to show some interest or run. But until that happens, I don't really care to talk about it. I think one for sure we can say is Gavin Newsom, who I don't like. So there's that.
All right.
But if you put me up against Gavin Newsom and J.D. Vance, Gavin Newsom has my full-throated endorsement.
So you would endorse an Israeli Zionist?
I'm unaware of him being specifically an Israeli Zionist, but
well, he supports the Israeli regime. He took back a retracted statement of calling it an apartheid state, and he pushes for pro-Israeli actions, and he's a liberal Zionist. So you would support a liberal Zionist?
Over J.D. Vance, 6,000%. Because not only is he
that's not very
J.D.
leftist,
Vance is a right-wing Zionist, but I would also be voting on domestic issues.
Okay, but
plus we're not talking about the primaries. Hold on, we're not talking about the primaries where I'm going to vote for anything but individuals who uphold Zionism in any way, shape, or form. If it comes down to the general election where there's only 2 picks, that is exactly who I'd vote for. Also, who do you think Republicans would put up?
Well, right now, like how it is right now, they would put up a Zionist that supports the Zionistic regime. So I would say probably Marco Rubio or J.D. Vance.
So if you have a choice between 2 Zionists, then you have to vote on behalf of other things.
I wouldn't choose any of them. I would go third party.
Certain demographics do not have the ability to just sit out those elections.
Well, I would sit out because I don't hold to those 2 things. I'm against Zionism entirely.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am. If you say Zion. Yeah, I'm 50-50, but I'm going to take my vote back.
And you voted for him, correct?
I certainly did on the misconception.
So then you voted for Zionism.
until I was voted for. I was voted for Zionism because I wasn't understood of Zionism until I started learning about it, and then I started learning about what the commissions of Israel is doing in Gaza.
It's not even about a deeper understanding of Zionism. It's about the fact that he quite literally ran off of giving them a blank check. He ran off of strengthening that relationship. He ran off of conceding and giving in to their demands with Iran.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me, not Iran. Israel and their actions in Iran.
All right. So you're a progressive leftist. You said you would support Gavin Newsom or endorse him in the presidency, or what? Anything like that, right?
If that's the only choice we had in the Democratic general election, yes.
Are you against Zionism though?
Yeah.
Then why would you publicly endorse the Zionists? That's a contradiction.
Easy. Because out of one issue that I may disagree with that individual, there could be 6 or 7 or 8 others that I do agree with. And since we're going to be given 2 options for the same goddamn thing, I'm going to worry about the person who's going to keep healthcare, enshrine civil rights, and protect us domestically and have better foreign relations as well.
Okay.
Call from.
What is that? Is that a call?
Caller, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
My name is Michael, and
What was that?
Go ahead.
What was that?
I have a call in line for YouTube.
Oh, you're doing it YouTube?
Mm-hmm.
Why is this Neely person in the background? Hold on. Who is this person? Bro, this person's definitely Antifa. I don't even know. This person looks like an Antifa, like, protester. I'm not even going to take
Can
it
you
serious.
address the conversation?
Yeah, I got you. My bad. Yeah, so do you acknowledge there's a genocide going on in Gaza?
Yep.
Okay, so you acknowledge there's a genocide going on in Gaza, but you would vote for a Zionist that doesn't acknowledge it. That just sounds like contradictory. That would just seem like contradictory.
I don't know what you're confused on.
No, I'm not confused on. You support.
Clearly you are.
You don't hold to. You don't hold to Zionism. You completely said that you don't support Zionism, but you would vote for a Zionistic candidate that doesn't acknowledge there's a genocide going on in Gaza. That just sounds like contradictory on your behalf.
I know it sounds like a contradiction.
It is.
Let me go ahead and
That is a
explain my
contradiction.
position once again, and I want you to pay very close attention to the words coming out of my mouth. Okay? Cool. Great. So, the United States has a long-standing history of Zionism. The Zionism thing that you're complaining about isn't a Republican or Democratic issue inherently. It is an American problem, a uniquely American problem. You're missing, oh my God. It's a uniquely American problem. So the big parties, predominantly are running politics right now, are effects of that. Therefore, majority of the picks that we're going to see are going to, in some way, shape, or form, uphold and keep and maintain our relationship with Israel on the federal level. I am going to vote and support everybody but until I'm given a choice where there's no one else but. So if you give me a Republican Zionist and a Democratic Zionist, I'm going to vote for the Democratic Zionist every single time, because voting third party is just supporting the right. And voting for the right is weakening Americans, specifically of minority serving communities, versus everyone else.
So supporting
Republicans will be unapologetic Zionists and gut your health care. Republicans will be unapologetic Zionists and weaponize departments like ICE to kill you in the street and then violate due process. Republicans will be Zionists and challenge your freedom of speech. Republicans will be Zionists and jack up your grocery prices and continue to fund and support and instigate forever wars. Republicans will be Zionists and make every single issue here in the United States worse off. That's why.
Okay.
Because in order for me to continue to speak out against the state of Israel and the genocide in Gaza and their AIPAC influence in our politics, I need to have some form of a life here that I can maintain, and that's harder under Republican rule. We don't help Gaza by weakening the people speaking out against them in the United States, because we choose the individuals who are going to curb the actions over there.
Okay. Do you believe that the Democrats shot themselves in the foot when they picked Hillary Clinton in 2016?
No.
Really? Okay.
Thank you, Alex, for the gifts. I appreciate you.
Okay, so you don't believe that they shot themselves in the foot when they picked Hillary Clinton?
Why do you believe that? Why are you so focused on Democrats?
Because in 2016, Bernie Sanders was running against Hillary Clinton, and Bernie Sanders had an overall majority lead, and he was established anti-Israel, anti-Zionist, yeah, and you know why
And
he
then
lost
Bernie
it,
Sanders
right?
endorsed Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, because he was forced to. He was forced to endorse Hillary Clinton, but
I'm
it should have been Bernie in 2016.
Hold on. How in the world can you support Bernie Sanders when he's a staunch Zionist?
No, he's not. He's not a Zionist. Okay, that's just a blunder. That's a blunder on your behalf. No, he's not.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, go ahead and tell me where he's a Zionist, and go ahead and tell me where it shows he's a Zionist.
I got you. No problem.
Go ahead.
Oh, nobody told him. Nobody told him.
Go ahead and tell me where Bernie Sanders is a Zionist.
I got you, bro. I got you, bro.
I would have supported Bernie Sanders.
I got you, bro. Oh shit, I gotta restart this load. Okay, I'm gonna need you guys to get better mics. Jesus. All right. Which link do I need to be putting up? Is it this one? Yes, it is this one. Show. Crap. Hold on. Damn it, my computer's slowing down. Let me cut this one off. And a big screen this. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Alrighty. Here's an interview Bernie Sanders did. And let's go ahead and play the clip.
Among Palestinians in the occupied West Bank and Gaza are showing that they're increasingly in favor of a one-state solution with equal rights for Israelis and Palestinians alike and equal citizenship. Is that something you believe could happen, or is that something you support?
No, I don't. I mean, I think if that happens, then that would be the end of the state of Israel. And I support Israel's right to exist.
Do you think polls among...
I will fast forward with another clip, because then the criticism I'll say from some people will be like, well, that's an old clip. Here's a follow-up interview from 2025. I believe this was specifically September. And let's play this one.
You have been critical of Benjamin Netanyahu for a very long time, but I want to ask you just about something that sometimes gets lost, especially right now when this debate is so emotional and so raw, which is, especially on the left, which is take Netanyahu out of this. Do you believe in the notion of Israel as a Jewish state?
Yeah. I do, for a lot of reasons.
You have been critical of Benjamin Netanyahu.
Okay, so that makes him a Zionist?
Supporting the state of Israel? At minimum, you would uphold Zionism, yes.
What's a Zionist? Go ahead and tell me what a Zionist real quick is.
Would you disagree with that?
Go ahead and tell me what a Zionist is, because I'm not going to answer your question. Go ahead and tell me what a Zionist is. And tell me what a Zionist is. Right
not them, bruh. Not them giving me this stupid fucking flag again. Unoriginal reproduced, but I didn't even big screen anyone. Oh my god, I hate this. Tell you what a Zionist is?
Go ahead and tell me what a Zionist is.
I would say an unapologetic supporter of the state of Israel.
That's not what a Zionist is.
In
You're
part,
actually not
yes,
real.
someone who believes in,
Not
in
what a
a
Zionist
Jewish
is.
homeland, right? Exclusively for Jewish people. But sure, go ahead. Tell me what you think one is.
Give me 1 second. I have it all pulled up. I got notes for it.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that about Bernie Sanders, Mandy. Here's the thing. Would I then not vote for Bernie Sanders in what is he, Vermont, over some maggot? Fuck no. Right? You got to think. In the face of maggots, we vote for the lesser of evils. We vote for harm reduction every single time. I know y'all don't like it. I'm just saying.
Okay. From.
Caller, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
Sanders did.
Go ahead. Go ahead and read me the definition of Zionism that you just Googled.
Yeah, It's my notes. So yeah, I would just say Zionism is Jewish nationalistic movement with a goal of the creation of the support of the Jewish national state in Palestine.
So the state of Israel?
Can you go ahead and tell me what he said one more time? And tell me where it says Zionism. Go ahead and pull it real quick.
Read that definition again.
Yeah. Jewish nationalist movement with a goal of its creation of support of the Jewish national state in Palestine. So it makes him a Zionist for supporting the
So
state.
if you support a Jewish national state,
Okay, it's a nationalist
that would be
movement.
the state,
So-
a
so
nationalist
he's a-
movement, and you support that nationalist movement through the state of Israel, by your definition, literally what I said, Bernie Sanders would be a Zionist.
Okay. So he's a Zionist for supporting the state of Israel. So if
Do you disagree?
Yeah, I totally disagree.
Why do you disagree?
Because he advocates for equal rights in Palestine and Israel. It's not true.
Got
Yeah.
you.
Now, what
So,
is it? Zionism doesn't-
nothing about your definition includes advocating for other people's rights. In fact, nothing about Zionism, nothing about Zionism, I would argue, is arguing against other people's rights. It just wants it's the state of Israel to be the super state. It just wants it to be a superpower. That's all it is.
Zionism is just some nationalist movement for Jewish supremacy.
Okay. That doesn't inherently mean you don't want good rights for other people, right?
Does Bernie Sanders hold to Jewish supremacy?
I mean, yes, literally. If you support the state of Israel,
That's Jewish supremacy. Okay, so does
you'd
he
be
acknowledge it?
upholding Jewish supremacy.
Okay, so he holds to Jewish supremacy by supporting at least.
Caller, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
No.
Nice.
Is Kamala Harris a Zionist?
Yeah, she's a Zionist liberal.
What makes Kamala Harris a Zionist?
She doesn't acknowledge that there is a genocide in Gaza. She acknowledges that there's a supremacy of the state of Israel. She doesn't acknowledge there's equal rights in Gaza or Israel.
All of those are lies.
Really?
Every single one of those things you just said are lies.
Are we dead ass?
Kid, how old are you again?
Yeah, I'm 19. Are we dead ass right now?
Oh, so hey, wait. If you're 19, you wouldn't have been able to vote for Trump.
Touche.
So you
I
just
still would've voted
supported.
for him.
So you lied. You lied when you said you voted for Trump.
Touche, I guess. I don't know.
Get the fuck out of here. Trump supporters request up in the box. You're the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. I knew that was going to get him. A lot of people love to say Kamala Harris was a Zionist when Kamala Harris and Bernie Sanders, politically, same shit. If you call back again as a person who's not a Trump supporter, you're going to catch a block. Oh my gosh. He was in the Midwest, not Germany. They're so... Oh, I got you. I got you, Shauna. Yeah, a lot of people do not know that. He supports the state of Israel. And I think the last clip that I played from last year, I think that one was super telling. Because there's a ton of people specifically who will criticize Bibi Netanyahu. Bibi Netanyahu, they'll criticize specifically. The interviewer said, take Bibi Netanyahu out of the equation. Now what? He said, I still support it. The state of Israel for a lot of reasons. A lot of you guys do not realize that you ultimately don't give a shit who's Zionist and who's not. It goes back to misogynoir towards Kamala Harris. And it goes back to the fact of who makes you feel better. That's all. That's all. So I will unapologetically say with my full chest, you give me the choice between a maggot Zionist and a Democratic Zionist. Give me the Democratic Zionist each and every single time. Because sitting on my thumbs is going to make the Republican Zionists kill more people.
From goes back to misogynoir towards Kamala Harris.
Caller, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
Children, bro. Blocked. Trump supporters request up in the box. You're the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Also, I learned something new today. I had no idea that you can support the state of Israel and not oppose Zionism. I had no idea. So when Kamala Harris said, Israel has the right to defend itself, but I will not be silent about the atrocities taking place on the Palestinian people, she wasn't being Zionist, right? Per his logic, she wasn't being Zionist because she acknowledged what was happening with the Palestinians, and then she supports his place right to defend itself, right? Right? I know how some of that's bullshit. That's not what I'm arguing. I'm just saying, per his logic, Kamala Harris is not a Zionist. But then he said she was, and then Bernie Sanders, who said almost the same things, and then would not have been in the positions that Kamala Harris was to uphold every fucking thing that Israel wanted because she was a vice president and couldn't stop Joe Biden, who openly said he's a Zionist. Didn't Joe Biden say he was a Zionist? Hold on. I could have sworn Biden said he was a Zionist. Let me double check this. Yep. In a July 2024 interview with CNN, he was asked directly if he is a Zionist and replied yes, adding his frequently used phrase that you don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist. At a White House Hanukkah reception in December 2023, he reaffirmed his stance by telling attendees, I'm a Zionist, and that the ultimate guarantee of security for the Jewish people is an independent Israel. Holy shit. Full-throatedly. Full-throatedly. You know what Kamala Harris never said? And she's married to a Jewish man? She never called herself a fucking Zionist. But you guys had a lot of smoke for her. Very interesting. Very interesting. Trump supporters request up in the box. You're the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Oh my God. Hold on. Pen. The one mighty pen. I am so sorry. I had no idea. I don't know why I assumed. Like, I legit don't know why I assumed. I apologize. I'll get that right. I'll get that right going forward. Thank you so much. My favorite bald is crazy. I will correct that going forward. Thank you so much, One Mighty Pen. I don't know how the fuck I got that wrong. I may have been mixing you up with someone else, actually. Who was I mixing you up? Sanders has helped the party move a bit leftward again, but we need more and better. Yeah. Like, again, I'm not y'all. I'm not some of you guys. I have no problem. Well, that's a lie. I have a lot of gripes with Bernie Sanders, but I will not negate his impact on the leftist movement. Do I think he's helping much now? Debatable. I think he introduces good legislation. I think he's good with the speeches. But if Bernie Sanders going out there hosting rally after rally is more so motivating people to hyper-focus on the 2016 election over progressing the country forward, it's motivating more young people to be more bitter about the fact that he didn't win versus the progressives in the party right now on your lower level all the way up who need those votes, then fuck him. I don't think he's doing that, or at least not intentionally. But that's been one of my issues with the seeming birthing bro movement for a few years now. It's more so about being bitter that a white guy lost over actually moving the party forward, actually voting for more progressive party values for the country. That's my issue with Bernie bros. They spend more time being bitter about 2016 than anything else. It doesn't help. It doesn't fucking help. Ruth Ann, I had no idea that was true. Bernie Sanders has the highest no-show voting record in the Senate. For real? So I have some gripes about that. And I even took this criticism over with Jasmine Crockett on a key vote last year. Not last year, 2024. It bothers me when I see certain things that are just demonstrably bad in Congress and a representative who was present doesn't vote no for it. Like, why wouldn't you just say no? So that's a whole thing. If you don't vote, you can't be called out for how you voted. I will, because it'll show if you're present. So when you don't vote, it'll show if you're present. And if you're there, why the fuck didn't you vote on this? Here's a bill to ban child marriage. If you're fucking present and you didn't say no, I very much will use that against you. Because that's you playing milquetoast. That's you playing middle ground. I will absolutely shit on you for that. Hold on. Just for the sake of accuracy, I am looking up what you said, Ruth. You're probably right, but I'm just double checking it. have the most. And are we talking about only on the Democratic side, or we're just talking about even with Republicans, Ruth? Recorded no shows on votes in the, I guess, Senate. France, that's higher than historical mean. Prominent senator can favor president from the history of stories as his record as of his last run. So I'm seeing some numbers on select years. Like 2016, Vermont senator has missed 22 of 23 votes since the legislative calendar began. He is ranked up as one of the highest. He has a lifetime absentee rate of 12.7%, which is higher than the historical median of 2.8%. So it's up there, but from what I'm seeing here, is not necessarily the top. But yeah, that is interesting. That is interesting. He wrote one bill to rename a poison. Yeah, that's another thing. When you look at the actual legislation he's worked at in Congress, he doesn't have a good record with a lot of his legislation. And we can blame a lot of that on the fact that ultimately it's very establishment up there. Things that lean more progressive are harder to pass, 6,000%. But also, I think it says a lot when you don't even work on the bipartisan stuff. I think that says a ton. I think that says a fuck ton. Any case, it may be that time, y'all. What is it? It's about to be 7. We may just raid someone else because they're not calling in. I keep getting a bunch of children on the stream. PSA, if you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Also, make sure upon following me that you send your daily heartbeats. It's only 1 coin a week. You'll get access to the stickers that the fan clubs can use, specifically for like drop songs, so on and so forth. Now, what was I going to say? Why did I just blank? Why did I just fucking blank? Heart maze. I was making a point with the heart maze. Oh, if you can't send your daily heart maze because you're not following me. So follow me and get those damn heart maze got out. Share out the live with your friends and family as well. Make sure you repost and add the live to your story. Let's knock out this little gift goal of the Divine Fingers. Let's clear that out. And then check the links in the bio for the best ways to support the platform. Remember, we are live every Saturday after 3 p.m. and randomly throughout the week. Other ways you can get in contact with me with the big things. Make sure you're following me on all the social media platforms such as YouTube that we're doing streaming to right now, and Instagram where I post the videos that I post here. Join the Discord community to which we are over 700 members strong. Get yourself some merch off. Oh shit. That's what I forgot to read out. Hold on. Hey! Shout out to, I'm going to say your initials, DW, for your purchase of the Make 2 + 2 = 4 Again t-shirt. You got the black. I need to get the black one. I only have the red one. I'm going to get a black one. Shout out to you for your purchase on the shop.
God bless you.
Shout out to you. Thank you so much for your purchase. And it looks like you did use the discount code We All Win. Guys, every single, except one, order that we got yesterday, as I spent 4 hours promoting a discount code to save you money, only one person used the discount code. I am trying to save y'all money. So if you want to make any purchases off the shop, thank you so much, DW. If you want to make any purchases off the shop, go to hectorshops.com with 2 R's. You can pull from the Make 2 + 2 = 4 Again, the Commonwealth Would Never line, the 6,000%, some of the other ones, and you may use those, the discount codes, to get 10% off your entire order. So make sure you use that. Make sure you use that. If you're buying it off the TikTok shop, you cannot use the discount code. So I always direct people to the link. That's my husband. W, Kristen's husband. I appreciate your support. Make sure he got one for you too. Otherwise, he's terrible. So get yourself some shit off the merch shop. Finally, if you want to donate directly to the links in the bio, support everything that we do here, you may do so at the Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Hector Talks with 2 R's on Cash App and Venmo. And PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the Tube side, you may send a super chat or a super sticker or become a member of the platform. Tubers, please make sure you hit the like button on the stream, subscribe, turn on notification bells as well. And if you want to support the platform, you know what to do. Links are going to be in the description of this live stream for everything else. Finally, Trump supporters, call in. Stop being bitches. We're just going to get blunt. Stop being a bunch of fucking bitches. Stop chirping. Stop crying. Stop whining.
God bless
I don't
you.
know why you'd be scared of a black liberal monkey, okay, apparently, because I'm a monkey now.
Oh, Lord.
Thank you so much, Kit, for the poetry score. Why are you scared? I'm sure you have the average higher intelligence over a monkey, right? I'm sure you're smarter than a monkey, right? Don't let my followers fool you. You gotta be smarter than a monkey. Call in or request up in the box. 737-295-5321. Almost there, Lexi. W's in the chat to Wesley for the $5 super chat. My big problem with Bernie is that he stopped Mark Wayne from getting the HOFA treatment. Oh, I actually did not know that. Wait, are we... Are you talking about when they were about to fight? Are you talking about when they were about to squabble in Congress? Okay, that's funny. What's going on, Lexi?
Yo, it's secrets, by the way. I don't know if you realize that.
Did I say God fucking damn it?
No, it says Lexi. I changed it.
Oh, yeah, I know. I know.
No, but a lot of people don't. Ever since I changed it, people are like, "Who are you?" I'm like, "Dude, it's literally me." Anyway, so question, because you live near where I live, are you busy on the 26th of June? Or do you know that?
If all goes well, I will be at the Texas Democratic Convention.
Okay,
That's
so
the plan.
Dang. Well, if you don't go, Greg Stoker, you know who that is?
Vaguely. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he and my mom and his manager are in talks right now. He's gonna come to one of the BFWs here in my county, and he's gonna speak on the data centers. But they're in talks right. It's not set in stone completely, but they're in talks about speaking about the unalivings of a bunch of people here in Bell County, including my uncle, which Bell County has not released the body cam footage for any of these. So that's what we're going to be advocating for. If Greg's there, which he will be, I don't know if he's going to be talking about that specifically. It probably will be like recorded and televised somewhere. So I was told to just get a bunch of people ready to go. If you know anyone, or if you yourself want to come, feel free to send that out there and think about it, and I'll send you more info if need be.
Oh, he's running in 31. Okay. Who's his opponent?
No clue.
Okay. I mean, a maggot, so that's all I need to know.
yeah, pretty much. Okay. I'm super nervous because I was given the task of creating a slogan. So if you have any ideas,
a slogan for his campaign?
No, for the initiative that we are doing with all the families here of people who were unalived by that police department.
So like a name on the rally for flyers and stuff?
Yeah, like my mom is kind of like the head of it, and she was thinking like my uncle's last name initiative, but I was like, I don't want to center it around him. I want to center it around everybody. And she was like, well, yeah, no, that makes sense. But I can't think of anything, so...
I need more specifics to get to brainstorming. It's basically, I know it's rallying people up. I know it's going to be in part some form of campaigning for him.
Yeah, it's a lot of people, like a lot of families, which is so sad.
Is it like vet associated? Because I see he's a veteran.
It's at the VFW. I don't know. I think there are some veterans who were unalived. I'll have to double check. Do you still have the same phone number?
Yeah.
Okay, I can text you with more information.
You know I'm in Dallas now, right?
I was just there today, bruh.
Because I was about to say, because you said it's close to me. I don't know if you remember that I moved.
I did not know that you moved,
Yeah, I'm in
but
Dallas now.
it's going to be in Temple. So I don't know if that's too far,
It's
but
Temple from me. Hold on.
2 hours. What part of Dallas? Oh, I don't want to ask that, but
Yeah, Dallas region. It's
Wow.
it's not far out. It's roughly 45. It's in
okay,
that
okay.
metropolitan.
If it's northern, it'll probably be like 2 hours 30 minutes. If it's southern, it'll probably be about 2 hours.
Like 2.5 hours.
Yeah, I just went to Denton today.
Fucking damn it! You were just in Denton?
Yes, dude.
Bruh.
My family lives there.
Bro, I'm right there.
I go up there a lot.
That's crazy.
I go up there a lot.
That's
Dude, next
crazy.
time we gotta hang out. Is Izzy still in the area?
We're roommates.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Love that for y'all.
Yeah, but honestly, put something in the Discord. Otherwise, I'm going to forget all of this shit.
Okay.
And I may be able to help with the brainstorming. I can't say myself that I'm good with things. It takes me forever to come up with my shit. So, yeah.
Yeah.
See what
My
we can
uncle was eating, or sorry, not eating, but drinking. He was like obviously under the influence of things, but he was like an amputee and like sitting on the floor with his back turned to them and just like not listening. And he was drinking dish soap and milk and like a bunch of other substances, and they unalived him because of that. And so my mom was thinking, well, let them eat dish or let them drink dish soap initiative. And I was like, dude, no. No.
It was
I
not
was
going
like,
to
it's
work.
funny. That's great, but no.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to say, Ashby, I keep forgetting you're in this region. And you're from Frisco? W's y'all. Yeah. I'm a
Frisco's
Dallas
lit.
baby.
You're rich for sure.
Which is wild.
Yeah, if you live in Frisco, you're rich. End of story.
W's in the chat to Wesley Pillow for the $2 super chat. Google Jimmy Hoffa. It's a famous story in Michigan. I'm going to play it for everyone. W's in the chat to
All
One
right,
Mighty
man.
Pen for the $2 super chat. Wait, where is this? I'm in Bell County. So
Oh, I am too.
Temple.
It's Temple's in Bell County. So,
Oh.
dude, whoever that is, DM me. I'm on here.
They're in the
I'll
live
answer.
chat. They're in the live
Probably
chat
not
of Discord.
tonight.
That's Janie or parenthesis the One Mighty Pen. It's the last message in there.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you. I deleted Discord. I'll have to re-download it.
Oh, losers. Whatever.
It got like toxic in there, and I was like,
In
"Ugh,
mine?
Not yours. Not yours. Not yours.
I don't know what the fuck you got going on in your Discord. My Discord is peace.
No, you're good.
Let me tell y'all about my
Olive-
Discord, bro. We have. Oh, I'm sorry. Finish up. 'Cause I
No,
may
you're
have to go.
good. I was just saying, Olive texted me. Olive, I have your number saved, woman. Okay, I know who you are. But yes, I will reach out to you, Olive.
All
Pinky
right.
swear.
All right, bet. Appreciate you coming up.
Appreciate you, Hector.
Later.
Later.
What was I gonna say? Imagine Hector being a secret millionaire. First and foremost, it's so funny. I was just telling somebody this last night. If I was a millionaire, fuck it. If I was a high 100,000-aire, okay, there will be signs. There would be no hiding it. You would know. Trust me, you would know. Make no mistake. I believe you should be proud of the things you worked hard for. And if I worked hard to be there, shit. The fuck? You would know. Every live I'd go into, I'd be clearing their gift galleries. Every fucking one. Every fucking one. Clearing gift galleries, bro. I'd just be doing it. And there's specific ops that I just can't fucking stand. I'll see them frequent these other lives. I just throw money into their links and be like, just drop them. Don't even tell them why. Just drop them. If I was a millionaire, there would be signs. Trust me. Trust me. I was so confused when she said the Discord thing. Let me tell y'all something about my Discord, bro. Let me tell y'all something about my Discord. We have a strict rule. We have a very strict rule. First off, it's my rule in general, and I apply it over to the Discord as well. We do not do left-on-left violence. My Discord will never be a platform where you guys can just like sit in there and talk shit about other creators or anything like that, because I think it's stupid. Can we criticize each other? Can we talk about issues that we have? Yes. But the problem that I have, in my personal opinion, I think leftists do too much goddamn infighting in the face of what's taking place outside. I can't stand it. I remember when a couple controversies came around, including when some of my friends tried to unfuck America, and some of you niggas tried to bring that shit into my Discord. Mute, block, fan.
God bless you.
What's up, Itchy? W's in the chat to you for the diamond microphone. WCU Itchy. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I don't play that shit. I do not play that shit. I got y'all up out the paint real quick. I got y'all about the paint. You know what? This is community time. This is community time. Trump supporters aren't calling in; they aren't requesting up. So I'm going to talk about something. And one of my mods specifically is going to know exactly what I'm talking about. So, I was in somebody's Discord. Okay, I'm in a few Discords, but I was in somebody's Discord where this person mentioned my name. They mentioned my name. Okay, and the reason why my name was mentioned and the allegation that was made was that I hate James Tallarico. That was the statement that was made, that I hate James Tallarico. Now, chat, I want to see how many of you guys have been following me, okay? Put a 1 in the chat if you think I hate James Tallarico. Put a 2 in the chat if no. Put a 1 in the chat if you think I hate James Tallarico. Put a 2 in the chat if no. I just want to see something really quickly.
God bless you.
Thank you, Sharon, for the divine fingers. I appreciate you. I just want to see something really quickly. Don't be afraid to put 1. If you legit have heard me criticize him before and that was your position, that's what you thought, it's okay. That's okay. I'm just curious. I want to see what people say. Okay? All right, I'm going to say, so far, there's only 1. No problem. Majority of it, criticism isn't hating, though. Fucking thank you, Ashby. Expo, you're lying. So, majority of you say 2. That's because you guys actually fucking listen and you pay attention. So, I like James Tallarico. Or, I liked him more before, but I thought he was a great pick. Jasmine Crockett entered the race after SB4 specifically, because it would have pinned them against each other. Now, once Jasmine Crockett entered the scene, any energy that I had for James Tallarico went straight to Jasmine Crockett. And I want to let you guys know something. Not just because she's fucking black. Because the next person who says that shit is about to get one hell of a cuss out from me. Jasmine Crockett has a very good record. Extremely good record on the amazing things she's done for the state of Texas and on the federal level. The awareness that she's brought, the grit, the fight. Jasmine Crockett, that's my gal. I love her. Couple issues when it comes to the Israel part. It's whatever. Even then, you guys mischaracterize the fuck out of her because she doesn't take APAC funding or anything else. So, I still said time and time again. In fact, there's a stream over on my YouTube channel. You can scroll through a couple months ago when I live streamed the debate between her and James Tallarico. And I criticized this, I criticized that. I say, ooh, James Tallarico answered that question super duper well. I know, Blair, I know. James Tallarico answered that question better. And then Jasmine Crockett answered that question better. After the debate, it cemented my position on Jasmine Crockett being the pick. But I told every single person, and I have this documented live stream after live stream. I said, no matter who you vote for in the Texas primary, both candidates are going to make Texas and the world, I guess to some degree the world, the United States a better place in the Senate. I cannot stress enough how much I said that shit. Now, then came the allegation made by Morgan something, the black woman on this app who said she had a private conversation with him where he called Colin Allred a mediocre black man. Now, according to the Tallarico base, her words were, she misconstrued his words. That's the official statement from them. They said, that's not what I said. They were more so trying to criticize his campaign versus him as a person. And just in case you guys need some clarification on this, if you called Colin Allred a mediocre Democrat, I get it. I've explained my vitriol surrounding Colin Allred for some time. I will never forget the 2024 senator debate between him and Ted Cruz. And I felt like who was up on that stage was embarrassing. I couldn't fucking stand Colin Allred. He got one moment, and we saw it clipped everywhere, where he said something really powerful about like sexual assault and rape and all that stuff, and that was clipped and posted everywhere. I watched the full debate. I thought that shit was trash. I think Colin Allred did not represent Democrats very well. But anyway, long story short, I was conflicted on the allegation from Morgan because I have no reason to believe that this person would lie on James Tallarico. I've never seen anything from James Tallarico that make him say something of that nature. But at the same time, I didn't like how he acted afterwards. But I left it alone. I was like, maybe he did mean to say the campaign and he worded it wrong. I don't think we should necessarily demonize him for it if it was an honest slip up of the words, but you do need to address it. Then came this random bullshit allegation that Jasmine Crockett's campaign was putting out attack ads against him, or trying to put out an attack ad against him. And he came out and made this premature statement, thought we were going to play civil, whatever the fuck. And then nothing happened. And then Jasmine Crockett was like, we weren't going to do that shit. What is he talking about? Who is this insider report? And the dude just starts crumbling a little bit when Crockett entered the race. And I just didn't like it. I was like, why are you acting like this now? You were going so strong beforehand when it was just you talking to the moderates, you talking to everyone else. And now you're just like, you're being weird. You're being weird. Then came the issues of actually advocating in black communities, talking to black people. It always seemed like his priority was white, moderates, in some cases Republicans, and then the Latino vote, which that's super important too. But like black people were feeling left out. His attempts to address that so far has been meh. He came out, he made a statement in regards to addressing maternal mortality. I got a laugh out of that, not because I think that's a bad thing, but because when Jasmine Crockett did it, when Kamala Harris did it, nobody cared. When James Tallarico does it, he's now trying to advocate for the black community, whatever. Then he made some statements like asking Crockett supporters, like, what can he do better to have more like outreach and all this different shit. And I was like, okay, whatever. Anyways, he started acting weird after Jasmine Crockett entered the race. I'm being long-winded. I'm so sorry. He started acting funny after Jasmine Crockett got into the race. There came this weird allegations how he handled this thing, despite it being completely blatantly fucking false. Then the interviews. And this is my personal issue. This is my personal gripe. I have a thing about people who criticize Joe Biden. Now, let me be super duper fucking clear. I criticize the shit out of Joe Biden. Y'all know the reasons I can't stand Joe Biden. I think Joe Biden fucked over the country when he didn't drop out the race and give Kamala Harris a fair run. I think he wasn't the most progressive in certain key places. I think he could have even done executive action on the southern border at the bare minimum to shut people up. Waiting until 2024 to do it hurt us. These are things I'm arguing with people on a daily basis. I have my issues with Joe Biden. However, I can't ignore his fantastic presidency in several metrics. He had a great presidency. And in some cases, it can even be argued he was damn near one of the most progressive presidents we ever had. I know that hurts. Look at the legislation. But my issue is, and this is the same thing I tell Trump supporters, right? Trump supporters always come up here and say, Biden this, Biden that. I have no problem if you complain about Biden. You just have to articulate what your complaint is. So he was up on an interview, and he was asked about how he thought Biden did on the border. And James Tallarico was just like, terrible. I talked to people in the border counties. I did this, and it was just a terrible job. We just needed things to be done. It was horrible. So, can anyone take a wild guess? I just want to see how well you guys know me. I want to see who my people are. Can anyone take a wild guess of the issue that I have with that statement? I want to see if you guys know me. Can anyone take a wild guess as to issues I have with that statement? Thank you guys for knocking out the gifts, by the way. Thank you. You got it. I'm not saying your name. Hannah, you got it. That's okay, Kristen. I'll explain it to you. There was no substance. It was just going with rhetoric. Thank you, Cara, for the fist bump. It was just going with rhetoric. Biden did terrible at the border because that's something that resonates with a large group of America who believe that. But there was no substance to it. What did he do terrible on? I can tell you, I think Biden failed at the border in the sense of him not doing executive actions early, right? In the legislative branch, Democrats and Biden did not fail at the border. They passed or tried to introduce bill after bill after bill after bill after bill. And Republicans said no. The closest one we got to, the most GOP one we got, S4361, Republicans said no to it. Legislatively, Democrats did a shit ton to address the border. They just didn't do an executive action. So I have a problem when people just say this person did bad and they can't say why. Because you're just feeding into people, into the masses or to your specific demographic for votes. And I know we need those votes, but I don't like that because you're shitting on the party you're running alongside too. Right? I don't like that. I don't like that. You can criticize them, but you better have some fucking substance. That's always my issue. So that's one thing. The next thing is when he got up on, was it The View? It wasn't The View. There was some prominent right-wing lady podcaster show that he got up on, and he was speaking this like moderate shit. And I'm just like, you guys know me. I think we need to be unapologetic about calling Republicans out the same way we need to be unapologetic about calling Republicans out. Democrats out and the failures that they've had. But it just seemed too middle. It seemed too right-leaning. I had an issue with that. I'm like, you're a fucking Democrat. Act like it. And then this is where I tagged everyone in my Discord in the Hot Takes channel a couple of days ago. There's a clip. I'll play it. Fuck it. I'll play it for you guys. In fact, if you're in my Discord, just go to the Hot Takes channel. Go to the Hot Takes channel and scroll up. We had a very interesting conversation in the Hot Takes channel. Let me pull up this video here. YouTube, you're not going to be able to see it.
So they're running a hand.
I will put it in the chat and we'll just listen to it together. And this is going to be a huge point of criticism for me. Honestly, one of my biggest. This probably is my top 3 criticisms for James Tallarico in this clip right here. Let me put it up on the screen. Also, this is a very long story because I haven't even got to the Discord part necessarily, but whatever. I want people to understand my position on James Tallarico since clearly motherfuckers got it messed up. All right, here we go. This is going to be roughly 3 minutes. Hold on. Why isn't it playing?
So they're running a handful of highlights of things you've said in the past, and I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond or clarify. In 2021, in a speech during debate over transgender issues, you said God is non-binary. What did you mean by that?
Well, I think I was being intentionally provocative with that statement. But what it means is that God can't be defined by human categories. The Apostle Paul, in his letter to the Galatians, says that in Christ there is neither male nor female. I'm always going to stand up for Texans who are being picked on by the most powerful, most corrupt politicians in the country, and I'm going to continue doing that in this race and hopefully in the U.S. Senate.
You call it intent.
Amazing answer! Amazing answer! Bravo! That's what I'm talking about. That's how you address that shit. He didn't violate the Bible. He disrespect the Bible. He spoke specifically from its terms, right? Amazing answer. Great answer. He did good. He said what he meant. He said what he meant. Let's keep watching. Why is this glitching? What the
So they're running a handful of
Why is hold on. Twitter's acting the fuck up. Give me a second. Oh my God. I'm not signed in.
So they're running a handful of highlights.
Come on.
Provocative. You regret describing it?
The most corrupt politicians
All right, we'll go back
in
here.
the country, and I'm going to continue doing that in this race and hopefully in the U.S. Senate.
You call it intentionally provocative. You regret describing it that way or talking about God that way?
There are some statements that I've made that I certainly regret. There are statements that I've made where I've missed the mark. I'll be the first to admit that. But Ken Paxton is intentionally...
That right there. That's my issue. Some of you might be going, I'm being nitpicky. Some of you might be going, it's not that big of a deal. That royally pisses me off. That royally pisses me off. Because you answered the question already. You explained yourself. You stand on it. Right? Talking about cringy or this or that. Oh, some of the comments I made, I've missed the mark. Right? Now, if you said there is, okay, here's a quote. There are some statements that I've made that I certainly regret. This is not one of them. I'm an unapologetic defender of all Texans, all groups of people, especially the ones that are being stepped on right now by this administration. Right? No. But you giving them this inch here, you, upon just asking a follow-up question of, do you not think it's cringe or anything? You buck down. I have a serious issue with that. I have a serious fucking issue with that. Trans people have had enough. If you can't like double down on supporting them, that bothers the fuck out of me. Do I think he's ever going to be the person to vote on something that's going to fuck over trans people? No, not necessarily. But I want more unapologetic leftists, more unapologetic progressives, more unapologetic Democrats. I'm sick and tired of the second we get a little bit of pressure, we concede. You have a point that no, that's what I hate. That's what I hate. Jasmine Crockett would have never fucking done this. Am I voting for him in November still? Yes, because he's not a maggot, because he still has great plans in the Senate. But those things and more vexed me. And criticism of these politicians, criticisms of these candidates are not walking back the fact that they're still good people. So now to wrap this all up in a tight bow, in this Discord that I was referencing earlier, we're bringing it back full circle. In this Discord, someone said that I hate James Tallarico. Okay? Anyway. And other people are like, what? Huh? Whatever. And then they followed up with, or one person followed up with, you know what? Hold on. Because I don't want to misquote them. So let me find it. It's messy time. Dan would be proud. Here we go. I'm just going to read this part. I love Hector, but he was heavily invested in Jasmine. Like a little too invested personally. I've never heard him explain why he's bad. By he, James Tallarico. I've never said he was bad. Not why he's worse than Jasmine, but why he's a bad person. Tell me you don't fucking listen, you don't watch me really, without telling me you don't. Because I've been pretty fucking descriptive on the qualifications of Jasmine Crockett. And I'm not just talking about how she speaks or how outspoken she is. I'm not just talking about beach blonde, bad built, butch body. How many of you guys know of all the subcommittees she's on? Regulating AI, agriculture, civil rights enforcement. What's the one that she did where she was the one to spearhead the subpoena of DHS after Renee Nicole Good was shot? The Federal Law Enforcement Subcommittee. Those of you who did not know this, there's a subcommittee in Congress of Congress members. They can choose to do things like subpoena information from DHS for unlawfulness. They are overseeing police departments and everything else, but it's all dependent on a vote. So if Democrats go, this really sketchy thing happened in this state with this department, let's get some information from them, let's require it by law, let's bring them in for questioning. Republicans can just vote against it and then bam, nothing happens. So that's the unfortunate thing about two-party systems. But yeah, people don't know about that shit. Because you don't know about that shit has nothing to do with me. Because you never heard me talk about that shit has nothing to do with me. I can double down on my vote for Jasmine Crockett before I even mention the fact that she's black or a woman. So you summarizing my attachment, which is bullshit, my attachment to her is ridiculous. Especially if you're using it to say, because I support her so much, I hate Tallarico. No, I don't hate Tallarico. I don't think Tallarico's a bad person. I don't think he's running a bad campaign. I'm simply nitpicking his slip-ups. So that's it. That's the ramble. Anyway, basically stuff like that, one, they would never post that in my Discord, which I find hilarious because the whole point of me tagging everyone and making the post I did in the hot take section is to encourage that engagement. If you disagreed with me vehemently, if you thought I held a certain position on James Tallarico, that was the fucking place for you to hash it out with me. They didn't ask me any questions. They just ran to other Discords to cry. With that being said, messy time is over, because I'm sure I'll get some messages about what I just did. I will still vote for Tallarico. We can make more changes after we get the Senate and Congress back. Oh, yes. Alicia, I'm not advocating for a single person to not vote for James Tallarico. I understand some people's positions. I do not think it's a good move. I don't care what the fuck your problems are. I will never tell anyone not to vote for James Tallarico. Do I think Jasmine Crockett would be a great attorney general? 6,000%. I don't hate Tallarico. I just like Crockett better. Literally, that's it. That's it. And she's unfortunately on her way out. But I think she's going to do amazing things with her super PAC. So W her. W her. But if he is our Democratic nominee, we should support him no matter harm reduction, right? Yeah, that's literally what I'm saying, Elysian. That is my entire point. That's my entire message. Whatever your gripes are with him, that person has a D behind their name. And I'm not just saying it just because they have a D behind their name, but they also have good policies. There's also, I think, and I'm actually going to now save him, and I've done this all throughout the fucking year, actually. I think James Tallarico, to some degree, while I disagree with some of his, the way he markets sometimes, I think James Tallarico understands what he has to do to win. Whether we want to admit it or not, Texas is a very white state, is a very red state. While we do have more registered Democrats by about 3 million, those red counties on average, the combination of those red counties and those people who believe in the MAGA movement, they're showing up election after election more than us sitting in our comfy blue cities. I'm just going to keep it $1.50 with y'all. Those red counties broken up all across the state, they're showing up election after election versus these comfy blue fuckers in cities. So I understand why you're not super confident or trustworthy in motivating Democratic turnout, because we have roughly now a 20, 30-year history of you guys sitting on your ass in this state and letting Republicans destroy it. So I get why he's marketing to moderates. I get why he's leaning Republican, not leaning Republican, but, marketing to Republicans in a sense. He almost has to. As much as I hate it, he has to get the seat, especially against Ken Paxton. So I do think that we have to give him credit for that. We have a lot of criticism for him there, but we have to give him credit for that. I don't think he's going to be another John Fetterman. I disagree with everyone who believes that. But I do think we can see some concessions in the Senate that I won't like. He's still going to be better than a maggot. Until politics is no longer a game, they have to play it. Exactly. I can't deal with these utopia leftist voters or non-voters. I can't deal with them. W's in the chat to Wesley for the $2 super chat. Send Crockett to Michigan. We will vote her in. Oh, I believe you. Michigan would eat her up, bro. And I mean that in like a positive way. They love her. I am going to look up that thing you told me about, Wesley, and then we're going to wrap up here, because this whole time Trump supporters have not called in. Michael, so tolerant. You people make me sick. Shut the fuck up, Michael. How about that? Call in. Anyway, let's play. What was the thing you told me to look up? Let me go back and find the super chat. I'll play that clip, and then we will end the stream here. Don't send another one. I'm looking for it. I have the list of them here. Jimmy Hoffa. Jimmy Hoffa. Jimmy Hoffa vanished on July 30th, 1975 from the parking lot of the Machus or Macruz Red Fox restaurant in Bloomfield Township, Michigan. The former Teamsters Union president's disappearance remains one of America's most unsolved mysteries. His body never recovered. The powerful labor leader had a history of mob ties and was last seen waiting to meet with organized crime figures. Though numerous digs and extensive FBI investigations have taken place across the state and country, no definitive answers or arrests have been made in connection with his death. Michigan. Is this what you mean by the Hoffa chick disappearing? Is that what you meant? That's wild. That's wild. Interesting. Everyone who in Flint and Detroit knows who Hoffa is. This is my first time hearing about him. Interesting. Y'all putting me on to some stuff. The fuck happened to him? Does anyone have any theories? What are the theories surrounding his disappearance? Because he was on a union? I get it. Okay. He's inside the concrete of an NFL stadium? That's diabolical. Jimmy Hoffa. Hoffa or Hoffa? Hoffa or Hoffa? One of them. I'm pretty sure I got one of them right. Alrighty. The rumor is the Teamsters vanished him? I see. Thank you for your $2. Thank you for your $4, excuse me. Interesting. Okay. Yes, I know, Ruth. But I'm aspirationally 47. Heifer? You're lying. Shut the fuck up. It's not Heifer. Stop lying to me. You try to play.
Aspirationally 44.
Hi, Palpable.
Hi, you're aspirationally 44. One.
Oh, yeah. 44 now. We can't say 47. 47 is banned. I'm aspirationally 44.
Yeah, Hoffa was real big in Flint and Detroit because Flint is Vehicle City and Detroit is Motor City. And I've grown up in Flint. My grandparents were in the shops. My mom had to be taken out of her dad's best friend's house like 4 to 7 times. She's not really sure how many because Jimmy Hoffa suddenly showed up. Like, he was everywhere. And every single person, like older Gen X and above in age, knows where Jimmy Hoffa is, and it's a different cornfield. Every single one.
Diabolical.
Yeah.
No, unions are bad, guys. Unions are just organizations that want to rob you of your money and put burdensome regulations on you. And that's why me and the richest guy in the world are going to work to bust up labor unions and brag about it, because we totally care about the average working American that we don't pay a living wage.
Yeah, the Teamsters were definitely kind of like the Mafia, just a little bit less discriminatory.
I agree with that, Harlot. Got you. I appreciate you coming up, Palpable.
Yep, just wanted to let you...
Thank you so much. Reen, that isn't true. The union stuff, yeah. So I've heard different arguments when it comes to unions, and I'm not the best person to speak on this, but based off of everything that I've ascertained, there's really good ones and there's really shitty ones. So I've heard bad stories about the shitty ones, and then people say that it's a way to basically harm people, and it's like, okay, cool, criticize those unions. But the idea in and of itself, inherently, of unionization is an amazing thing. It's an exceptional thing. So, I don't know. People are going to have their different opinions on things. Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly how they got rights. Organizing, unionizing, that's exactly how we got some of the protections we have now. All right, let's see who we can raid. YouTube. Guys, those of you on the YouTube side, hit that like button. If you haven't already, hit that like button on the stream. 10 more away from 200. Hit the like button on the stream. And we're going to go raid a creator who may be having better luck than us. We'll see. Who's live that we can raid? None of my friends are live on YouTube? Oh, shit. I don't even have any upcoming YouTube. So go find a live. Find a live. Go spend some time with your family. Get you a boba. Get you a boba. Y'all go enjoy yourselves. But yeah, hit the like button on your way in or on your way out. Subscribe, turn on notification bells as well for every single time that we're live. We'll be live tomorrow. It'll be roughly after 3, 4-ish. I was thinking about a movie night, but no. After the live, it's going to be too late. I don't want to do it too late. But we're going to do a movie night next week. Brett Cross is live. He's not live on YouTube. I can't read him on YouTube. Thank you so much, Polka Dot, for the $1.99 super chat. Good stream. Enjoy your weekend. I plan to. Thank you guys so much. I'm excited because I'm going to get brunch at this place I've been dreaming about for weeks now. I went there and I got brunch, bro. Food is so good. I'm going right back. I'm going with a friend of mine and his partner. It's going to be great. That's how I'm going to treat myself for a week of slurs and everything else. Whatever, Shauna. YouTube, like I said, I can't send you anywhere, so just go find a creator to support. I appreciate every last one of you. Thank you for your likes, your shares, your comments, your subscriptions, your super chats, your super stickers, and your memberships. It all helps the platform and what we do on a daily basis. We'll be back.